Tradoon. Tradoon.
advantage!
Welcome to We Sing Dinosaurs. Deinonychus lived in the early Cretaceous period, after Allosaurus and before Tyrannosaurus rex.
One of the most fearsome hunters wasn't big at all. He measured close to 10 feet long and only 5 feet tall. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaws. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws. When they spied a likely foe, they'd race to the attack.
I actually really like this song.
With his powerful jaws, Deinonychus, with his terrible
This song
claws. His arms were long to hold his prey, sharp claws were used to grip. But the deadly claw was on his foot, the one he used to rip. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaws. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws. He was a big dinosaur, but will the sound say he must have been the very fierce hunter on the shore. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaws. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. I hope you enjoyed the new cold open video. Happy Friday to you, and happy Deinonychiversary. On today's stream, we're going to be talking about one of my very favorite dinosaurs, easily in my top 50 or 100 favorite dinosaurs. Deinonychus. A dinosaur that helped change dinosaur science forever. On this broadcast, on today's stream, you'll learn why, and you'll have a much better appreciation for this incredible critter and for how we're able to learn about the ancient past. It's going to be a good time, so I'm so glad you're here. Welcome, welcome, everybody. And if anyone's here for the very first time, then an extra special welcome to you. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I dig up dinosaurs with various museums across the American West. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and nowadays I talk about dinosaurs 5 days a week right here on Twitch. So if that sort of thing sounds interesting to you, if you've got questions about dinosaurs, or about natural history, evolution, you know, extinction, the scientific method, any of that good stuff, don't be shy with those questions. That is, it's my whole purpose for being here, you know? Is to try and give you an inside peek into how fossil science works. To try and, hopefully, engage your enthusiasm, fire your imagination, get you excited about paleontology. And how it works, and how we carry it out. Paleontologizing, it's like a verb, you know? It's not some dusty textbook sitting on a shelf. It's an active process that people like me engage in, and I'm here to share with you. So welcome to Paleontologizing. Now, like I said, today we're going to be talking all about Deinonychus, which was named, well, depending on where you are in the world, on this very day, 54 years ago, I think, 1969, February 25th, 1969. That's tomorrow here in the States, but I don't stream on Saturdays, so here we are talking about Deinonychus today, and I'm glad you're here for it. Here is the infographic that I put together, right there on one of everybody's favorite dinosaurs. An infographic, I mean, photo illustration that I did with phenomenal art by extremely talented paleo artist Gabriele Ugueto right there. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway, Deinonychus. Awesome critter. Before we get to Deinonychus, though, let's see who's here in chat. Let's do some greetings. And say hello to everybody to get things kicked off. Ant Streams. Balint, it appears you were first today. It is great to see you, Balint. Welcome, welcome. So lovely to see you. Hope you're having a great Friday. Hope you're ready. Excuse me, I hope you're ready for the weekend. It's good to have you here, Balint. We'll see if maybe we can raid later. And Kodali, howdy howdy. Great to see you. Smorphosaurus, what's shaking? I hope you feel better. Well, yeah. I realize you got health stuff going on, Smorph, but I hope, I don't know, I can help improve your mood at least a little bit. It's always great to have you here, Smorph. I appreciate you. Jody Fish says, good afternoon, and right back at you, Jody Fish. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Who else have we got? Allie J. Howdy, howdy, Allie J. Wonderful to see you. It is already your Deinonychus anniversary down there in Australia. That was weird. The music just changed of its own volition. It's gained sentience. Anyway, Arle, great to see you too. Welcome, welcome, Arle. Hope you're ready for the weekend. Hope you had a good week. Papa Meow Meow is here too. How you doing, Papa Meow Meow? Howdy, howdy to you. A Truckhorn. What's shaking with you, Truckhorn? Great to see ya. Golganek. Howdy, howdy. I'm glad you're here, Golganek. As I always am. Welcome back, Golganek. Prized member of this community. And give them Nell. Nell, how are you doing? I've got your P.O. Box packages over here. Let me open them up in just a minute. Let me scroll down to the bottom of chat. Let me get through this real quick. Then we'll talk about those, Nell. But wonderful to have you here. Bald Squirrel, what's shaking with you? Good to see you. Is that a Snoop Dogg emote? And Timber, how are you doing, Timber? Welcome, welcome. Oh, I'll answer your question like you were asking about. Museum of the Rockies, they don't really have much of an online database for their dinosaur collections, and there might actually be, like, a reason for that, because I think it was the university, Montana State University, which Museum of the Rockies falls under the umbrella of. There was some sort of a thing where, like, they were demanding that MOR put, like, a dollar value on all of their dinosaur specimens for insurance purposes or something, which you really can't do. And there were rumors that, like, if the university ever had financial woes, that, yeah, rather than, like, cutting back on the football program or something, that they would sell some of the dinosaurs off. It's a rumor that I heard. Can neither confirm nor deny. But that might be one of the reasons why they don't have, like, an online database. They try and keep that stuff pretty close to their chest, you know? Speaking of close to the chest, here's a t-shirt that I designed and printed back when I was at Museum of the Rockies. I used to sell these in the gift shop. But that's Deinonychus right there. And I illustrated it to look like a magpie.
No expense.
And thank you, Allie J, for gifting Only Diamond.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Only Diamond 700.
Really appreciate that, Allie. I really, really do. Thank you, thank you. It's great to have you here. Welcome. Holy moly. Yeah. So yeah. So Timber, Museum of the Rockies, MOR does have some Deinonychus material, but you probably won't find it in any online database. Although, honestly, out of all the material they have, that might be... I want to say they've got some kind of a rudimentary online database, and that if they have anything, they'll have the Deinonychus stuff in there, I bet. That's not going to be complete. And Only Diamond says, Danny, I forgot to mention, but I've newly been teaching my girlfriend about dinosaurs. That's awesome, Diamond. I hope she enjoys. That makes my heart smile. It's great to have you here, Diamond. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Allie J, for gifting Only Diamond. Look, we're at 1 out of 50 gift subs for our goal today. Subs have been... We're kind of down on the chart. So maybe we can catch up today. We'll have to see. But appreciate you, Ali J. Thank you. Yeah. Mr. Snipes is here too. How you doing, Mr. Snipes? Welcome. Mudman 1965. How are you doing? Howdy. Not the Brain. What's shaking? Great to have you here. Origin TT. Hello, Origin TT. Who else do we have got? Neilf56 says hi, chat. Right back at you, Neilf. How you doing? And Claire Burr, I'm so glad you got to see the new cold open video. I've been working on that one for a while, and I figured I might as well finish that this morning, so we can play it for the Deinonychus anniversary, for our the anniversary of the naming of Deinonychus.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Just Outdoors, thank you for subscribing.
Sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet, or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
And thank you, So Spartan, for the 30 months of support. Exquisite. So Spartan, that's phenomenal. Thank you very, very much. Look, we've got a hype train going right now. Holy cow. If we manage to get to a level 5 hype train, I'll play some ukulele songs about science. So I don't know if that's an enticement or a threat. You can make of that what you will. Ukulele songs. Good, bad. If we get to a level 5 hype train, I'll play some ukulele songs about science and about fossils. But I also want to say, Just Outdoors, let's return to that. Thank you so much for subscribing at Tier 1 there. It is because of recurring subscribers like you that I can afford to do this every day. This is how this has become my full-time job here, believe it or not, is because of supporters like you, Just Outdoors. Thank you for joining the community. Thank you for that pledge of continued support. $5 a month might not seem like a lot to people watching, but it adds up tremendously to me. I really appreciate it. That's the only reason that I can exist here on Twitch, is because of recurring subscribers like you now, Just Outdoors. So thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. I feel like what I do it's meaningful to me. I feel like it's important. I'm glad you agree. Thanks for helping me do it. Who else do we got here? Scrolling down. Lenina. What's shaking with you, Lenina? Hello. Welcome. Just Crabgrass says, I just joined the stream and I thought this was a new intro at first. It is. That was a new welcome video, or a new cold open video. And Victorious just gifted 4 subscriptions right there. Really appreciate that, Victorious. I mean, holy cow. A triple plus 1. Thank you, Victorious. Really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much for your support. There's now 4 people watching who will not have to watch any ads for the next 30 days, because they've got a gift subscription. And they'll get to use all those emotes, too. You know, ones like these, and these, and these, and these, and these. Thanks to you, Victorious, and your generosity. I appreciate you. Welcome back. Yeah. Shadowwind Art, what's shaking with you? Good to have you here. Yeah, got the mammal. There you go, Origin TT. Nice opening, says Just Outdoors. Appreciate it. It's a brand new one today. Metal Meows, how are you doing? Howdy. Yeah, with his terrible claw. Indeed, Trek Nerd. Indeed. Ariaxis, glad you enjoyed that. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. And, but yeah.
Dinosaur man.
Thanks for your hard and so important work. Education
Neil.
may be the most needful aspect of science.
I really appreciate you saying so, Neil. Thank you. You know, from my point of view, the most needful aspect of science... I'm gonna have to disagree with you, Neil. It's not education, it's funding. And you're helping me with that, Neilf. So thank you. Really, really appreciate that. And Just Outdoors says maybe Paleo Uke time soon? Well, Just Outdoors. We'll see. We're creeping up to a level 2 here. We'll see if we get there. Just Outdoors, you've not experienced Paleo Ukulele time live, have you? We'll see if that happens. Anyway, thank you, Neilf, for your continued support. And thank you, Just Outdoors, for those bits. Really appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah. And holy cow, Spartan. See, ladies and gents, this is why Spartan has a VIP badge there.
It's the last time I'll play with Dinosaur.
Spartan, thank you so much for those 20 gift subs. Holy cow. We're more than halfway to our goal, and we're not even like 40 minutes into the stream. That's phenomenal, Spartan. Thank you, thank you. Really, really appreciate that. That is exquisite. Spartan, absolutely phenomenal level of support, and I am deeply, deeply grateful. Thank you very, very much. Seriously, just extraordinary. Thank you, Spartan. Spartan is far from Spartan when giving out gift subs. That's not a paltry amount. That's a very generous amount. Thank you so much, Spartan. I really appreciate you. By the way, I'm using Spartan as a synonym for, like, you know, like frugal or unostentatious. You know, like a Spartan existence. Which, very much unlike Spartan's level of support here. Thank you so much, Spartan. Really appreciate you. Yeah. Fantastic. Yeah. Fall Machine, how are you doing? Good day, folk of the stream, and good day to you, Machine of the Fall. Welcome, Fall Machine. Reno420, how are you doing, Reno? Howdy, howdy. I hope you're having a good day, Reno. It's great to see you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And Shadowwind Art says that t-shirt is so cool. Thanks, Shadowwind Art. Yeah. And thank you, Papa Meow Meow, for those 200 bits. Thank you kindly. I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Excellent. Good stuff. Wait, what are we at right now for our sub-goal level? Or our hype train level? Am I gonna do some ukulele songs? Is this happening right now? I'm game for it. Is it happening? Did Spartan put us over the edge? Helix also says, "Ah, my favorite dinosaur." Holy, Jody Fish with 5 gift subs there. Jody Fish, thank you for that. Holy moly, really appreciate that. And Origin TT, I got those mixed up. Whoop, that was a close call. Origin TT, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Jody Fish, thank you for the 5 gift subs.
With those 5 gift subs.
Exquisite, extraordinary, that's beautiful. We're at 37 out of 50 right now.
Danny and this community heart exclamation.
Golganak. Thank you. 190 bits from Golganak. It's a very specific number, Golganak. I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Just Outdoors, thank you for helping out with the sub goal. I'm making my way down.
No expense.
Cephalon Wolf.
Wolf gifted a tier 1 sub to Sterine.
Really appreciate that, Cephalon Wolf. Thank you. Incredible. And Travel the World, thank you for those 200 bits. 200 bits from Travel. Extraordinary, Travel. Thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Straight Edge Rich, how are you doing? Welcome. Great to have you here.
Appreciation and gratitude. Thank you very much for the 100 bits.
Thank you for those bits, Apaskil. Apaskil, that's a name I haven't seen in a long time. A long time. Welcome back, Apaskil. How are you? It's great to have you here. Holy moly. I feel like it's been a while. How are you doing? All right, scrolling down. There's all those subs from So Spartan. Rob Sui 360. Hello there to you too. Welcome. Yeah. Oliver. There's a level 6. There is now, Oliver. With this incredible community. Holy cow. This chat is proof that Twitch loves science, says Cephalon Wolf. We might have further proof of that in the future. I can't tell you quite yet. Can't give you any details, but we might have, yeah, we might have further proof of that soon. We'll have to see. Pascal says, life's been busy, but good. Great to have you here, Pascal. Welcome. Great stuff. Holy moly. We've got like 2.5 minutes left. And what level are we at right now, everybody? I can't actually tell looking in from my end. Uh-oh. Brace for impact.
Rosalind underscore T just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Roses and Tea, thank you so much for those 5 gift subs. And 2 gift subs from Rob Sui. Thank you. Extraordinary. Holy cow.
360 gifted Rob Sui 360 a subscription.
Is that what happened? Thank you, Rob Sui, for those 2 gift subs. And Gregor.
GR3 girl really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
5 gift subs, Gregor. Holy cow.
Did you ever, though, have a moment where it was kind of heartbreaking? I'm
No.
destroying. Never.
No, glue is cheap.
Ukulele?
Thank you for the 3 months of support. Thank you for helping me afford such sundry items as glue, Gargoware. Really appreciate that. 50 out of 50. That... Not even 45 minutes into the stream, and we're at 50 gift subs. That's extraordinary. Working on level 7, says Jody Fish. Level 7 hype train. Who would have thought such a thing was possible? Holy moly. Yeah. The dinosaurs can play ukulele too? Apparently. We saw that alert, Origin TT. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Leninus' spectacular support chat. This community rocks. Yes, indeed. Yeah. You'll keep Danny teaching. Thank you for all for your extraordinary support. Seriously. I echo Lenina's sentiment there. I would not be here. This channel would not exist still if it were not for all of this incredible support. So thank you very much. Yeah. I don't know. Every last little contribution helps out, and I feel like I'm living the dream, being able to do this 5 days a week, talking about fossil science with all of you. It's pretty incredible. So thank you. Holy cow. Yeah. And Nell says, hey Danny, I've sent you something for the field for when it rains. Has it shown up yet, Nell? Because I have a couple of items right here that I still need to open up. Yeah, we'll have to see. But this is extraordinary. Again, everybody, if anybody's just waltzing in now, looks like we've got... How many people watching? About 87 viewers right now. Well, today, we're going to be talking about the same dinosaur on my shirt. That's why I'm wearing this shirt today. We're talking about Deinonychus. Because today, apart from just being Fossil Friday, today, or tomorrow, depending on where you live in the world, it's actually tomorrow for me, but February 25th, 1969, was when Deinonychus, the terrible claw, the velociraptor from Jurassic Park, that's when this dinosaur was first published, and it helped change dinosaur science forever. We are talking all about that today, and I'm very excited to share this with you. Deinonychus, one of the most important dinosaurs ever discovered. We talked about Maiasaura on, on Tuesday, right? Was that Wednesday? Wednesday? Talked about Maiasaura on Wednesday. Another extremely important dinosaur from Montana. Today it's Deinonychus. Yeah, kind of a yin and yang. Deinonychus and Maiasaura. Sort of. I don't know. But anyway. 1-8 nurturing. Has a reputation for being kind. Ornithischian hadrosaur plant-eating dinosaur. 1 Saurischia, lizard-hipped dinosaur. A meat-eating theropod, reputation for viciousness. Its name means terrible claw. Whereas Maiasaura means good mother lizard. Again, yin and yang, but both from Montana. And both helped to revolutionize our understanding of dinosaurs. So yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. But yeah. 2 terrible claws, says Claire. Presumably they've got more than one, yeah. They've got 2 legs. So yeah. Yeah. Apparently it did get there. If it showed up on, when was it, Wednesday? Then I might have it already now. But yeah. Yeah. If it showed up at the P.O. Box. Anyway, and thank you, Claire. I appreciate that. Yeah, shoot, we're trying to expand our mission of science outreach here, trying to reach as wide an audience as possible. So whether you want to share this on Twitter or tell people about Paleontologizing, your friends and family, people on Discord, we've got a YouTube channel, all that good stuff. Every bit of word of mouth helps out. So yeah. If you believe in my mission of science outreach and education, tell somebody about it. Yeah. Anyway, we have now reached, holy cow, level 7 hype train. That is, that's pretty extraordinary. 52 gift subs and 890 bits. Wow. Wow. It's time for some ukulele. Yeah. It's been a while since we've done ukulele, isn't it? Maybe about a week? But, yeah, I am not a professional musician. As, unfortunately, you'll probably be able to tell. But, I've learned a few songs. I've, I don't know. I used to teach, early childhood education. I used to, teach little kids 5 days a week. And I used to play ukulele for them just about every day. And I'm going to play you some songs that I would play them and some songs that I've come up with since. But these are all going to be songs about science. So level 7 hype train. Holy cow. Before we get into our stuff about Deinonychus, we're going to sing some songs about dinosaurs real quick. And don't go running away, because you don't want to miss the rest of the stream. Holy cow. Deinonychus is maybe the most important dinosaur. It is important in ways that you never realized. So we're going to be talking about that. But, yeah, we're going to start off with some songs here. And, as a nice warm-up, let's do the Dinosaur March. Yeah. Dinosaur March was my student's very favorite song the last year that I was teaching full-time, which would have been 2021, before I went full-time here on Twitch. Dinosaur March goes like this. You'll recognize the tune, but I learned this song from the music teacher at the school that I was teaching at, and it was pretty generic. It's about dinosaurs, but it needed a little something. So see if you can tell which parts I added to it. It goes like this. Many years ago. And I've just realized we gotta change our title, or our stream info here. Let's change our category to music real quick. Music and acoustic. Sorry for the false start. All right, here we go. Many, many years ago, before the people came, the animals upon the earth, they did not look the same. They lived for 170 million years, but now they are no more. Except for birds, because as we all now recognize, whether you're a paleontologist, an evolutionary biologist, an ornithologist, a bird scientist, we all recognize that birds themselves are living dinosaurs, and dinosaurs like Deinonychus help to illustrate that relationship. So strictly speaking, dinosaurs never really went extinct. There's over 10,500 species of them alive today. They were the dinosaurs. Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Stegosaurus, Allosaurus, Ankylosaurus, and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. That was the part that I first learned from the music teacher. There was one verse and one chorus, but I thought it needed something else, so I added another verse. I wrote this one myself. Here it goes. We can learn about these awesome beasts by studying their bones. Skeletons under the ground that partly turn to stone. We dig them up and we clean them, and we raise them off the floor to build a dinosaur. Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Stegosaurus, Allosaurus, Ankylosaurus, and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. That's the dinosaur march. Yeah. What do the cats think of the ukulele? I don't know, Nell, because they're not here. They're back with Ios and Lordy at their place. They got finished with their asbestos installation at their house, so everybody's back home safe and sound at the Ios and Lordy residence. So you can go check on them. You can go check on the cats right now. I think Lordy's streaming currently. So yeah. Thank you, Travel. Appreciate that. Yeah. But yeah. Our next song. Let's do "I'm a Paleontologist." That's always a good one. Yeah. It's become something of an anthem for this channel here, and I like singing it because it's one of those rare songs that's true, No fiction here. I am a paleontologist, and I love digging in the dirt. Hang on, it's been a while since I've done this one. I love digging in the dirt, just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush. There we go. And I lost it again. I love digging in the dirt. There we go. Just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush. Because the treasures that I seek are rare and ancient things, like Velociraptor's jaws or Archaeopteryx's wings. And all the kids wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. Could it be an herbivore, crushing plants with rounded teeth, or a ferocious carnivore who moved so quickly on its feet? Like our Deinonychus that we're talking about today. It's like pieces of a puzzle that I'd love to try and solve. It's so much fun to think about how a species has evolved, and all the kids who wanna see them, they're lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. There you go. I'm a paleontologist. Now, let's see here. We had such incredible support earlier. Why don't we play Jolene? That's kind of a song that's about science funding, you know? Let's do that one. I still need to learn this one by heart. So let me pull up the chords for it real quick. And my amended lyrics. Here we go. Excuse me. So this is a classic song, and I hope you enjoy it. But I have made some modifications to it. So it's, yeah, this song, in its present form, goes out to all the scientists out there who are overworked and underpaid, maybe competing for the same grants, the same funding, just part of this big rat race that we call academia. It's hard out there for a scientist. So this song goes out to all my fellow scientists scrounging for funding. Goes like this. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my grant. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take it just because you can. Now your research is impressive stuff, but surely it is good enough for tenure. You don't need the funds, Jolene. Your papers are exemplary. Citations, you got so much more than me, and I cannot compete with you, Jolene. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my grant. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take it even though you can. And I could easily understand how you could easily take my grant, but you don't know what it means to me, Jolene. And you could have your choice of dough, but I could never get funds on so short notice. It's my only hope, Jolene. Now I had to have this talk with you. My research goals depend on you and whatever you decide to do, Jolene. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my grant. Anyway, thank you, everybody, for all of your incredible support. Helping me feel much, much, much more like Jolene and less like the singer of that song, you know? It's on days like this that I feel incredibly lucky to have been able to kind of escape from that rat race that is academia and to have wonderful people like you to support me. So thank you very, very much for that. Giving me the freedom to be able to make my own schedule, pursue research on my own terms, not have to spend 2/3 of my waking hours writing grant applications. Oh boy. Instead, I get to talk to you 5 days a week about science, and it's an incredible privilege, so thank you, thank you. I appreciate you more than you know. A level 7 hype train, 52 gift subs, truly extraordinary. I can't express how grateful I am. Thank you, thank you. Seriously. All right. Danny Hazard Jolene says just crabgrass. Hello, hello, Orchid Twilight. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. And Dixie Q242, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Música increíble. Oh, gracias. No. Appreciate you. Yeah. Vigilance, I've never seen that. That sounds really funny, though. Vigilance. It would be pretty funny if there were like a song, somebody could rewrite it, where they're just describing Jolene, you know, instead of having eyes of green and voice like summer rain or whatever. It's like describing her. She's eventually you figure out she's like a, you know, a theropod dinosaur. She's a Deinonychus. Please don't eat my man or something. I could have done that. Yeah. And upstairs down says, is that a Montana t-shirt? It's not any Montana t-shirt upstairs down. This is a t-shirt that I designed and printed myself. I used to sell these at Museum of the Rockies. And that is Deinonychus right there on the shirt. Designed to look like a magpie, which is kind of... It's a bird related to jays and crows and ravens. Very clever birds. These guys are, they're kind of an emblem of southwest Montana. So yeah. With teeth of ivory sheen. There you go now. You'll write that, Lenina? That sounds great, yeah. And, make her the T-Rex from Jurassic Park? I could. I don't know, Deinonychus might be funnier, though, Vigilante. I don't know. I've just got Deinonychus on the brain today. Everybody, we are talking all about Deinonychus on today's special broadcast. Because today or tomorrow, depending on where you live. I live in California, so I guess it's tomorrow. But tomorrow, February 25th, marks 54 years of Deinonychus. The terrible claw dinosaur that helped change the way that we look at dinosaurs forever. Also, the Velociraptor from Jurassic Park is actually Deinonychus, and I'll be talking about that toward the end of today's broadcast, too. So, yeah. I appreciate you, Vigilante. But yeah, and you've got lots in the UK. Very nice upstairs down. Here, I'll show you the magpies we have in... Is it a black-billed magpie? Yeah. These are the ones. Yeah, black-billed magpies. They can be vicious, too. Holy cow. I once saw 4 of these gang up on a ground squirrel, and they were just toying with it. Like, one of them would hop over and grab its tail and its beak and tug on it, and then the ground squirrel would turn around and charge at that magpie, and then another one would come up behind it, do the same thing again. And they just had this ground squirrel going around in circles until it exhausted itself. And then the magpies just went over and picked it apart and ate it. Just pulled it limb from limb. Yeah. So anyway, magpie. Deinonychus. You get the connection? Get it? Got it. Good. All right. Talking about Deinonychus today. So yeah, and Science Streams, Balint, I just got your email. Thank you, Balint. We'll be in touch. Balint and I, Science Streams and I, might be planning a special science thing. We'll have to see. No promises yet, but exciting ideas in the works. Exciting ideas in the works. Yeah. Balint, what kind of science are you going to be talking about on tonight's broadcast? We'll probably have to raid into you again. Not have to. It's a privilege to be able to see what Balint and co are doing. Balint, of course. Can we get a shout out for Science Streams if we've not had that yet? Science Streams is maybe the coolest science channel here on Twitch. It definitely has I think the highest scientist to stream ratio. Both Balint and Lita, they're a married couple of molecular and systems biologists. They do active research, publishing new papers, working in the laboratory, making incredible new discoveries in the natural sciences out on the East Coast of the United States. And they also stream here on Twitch. They also just had their first baby recently. So anyway, if you're not yet following Science Streams, what are you doing? You're missing out. Go take care of that right now. Seriously. Oh yeah. And Balint says...
Appreciation and gratitude. Thank you very much for the 100 bits.
No sir, you are X1000 the scientist, streamer and educator than we are.
Oh, please.
Feeling a bit cheated? Try
Brilliant.
rolling the dice.
Holy cow.
No sir, you are X1000 the scientist, streamer and educator than we are.
That's weird that we got 2 alerts there. But, you make me blush, Balin. Holy cow. Your publication record is certainly stronger than mine is, Balin. So that speaks for itself. Holy cow. But yeah. Anyway, I really appreciate you, Balint. And, yeah, on Science Streams tonight, we're going to be talking about butterfly wing genetics, lifespan studies, and more. Very cool. That's going to be really neat. And thank you, Upstairs Down, for that gift sub there.
This is their first gift sub in the channel.
First gift sub from Upstairs Down. Thank you for your generosity. I appreciate you. And I'm sure Dixie Q242 appreciates it as well. That's such a fun name to say. Dixie Q, enjoy the emotes. Enjoy not having to watch any ads for the next 30 days. You come here to Paleontologizing, no ads. Thanks to the generosity of Upstairs Down. Appreciate you. You know, ads on the internet are like, they're like death and taxes and mass extinctions, you know? They happen. Sometimes you can avoid having them happen. But, well, you can avoid having them happen by subscribing or by getting a gift sub, like from you, Upstairs Down. So thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah. And there will not be a quiz tonight. No. I didn't have time to write questions for Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, because we're talking about Deinonychus. Yeah.
Surely,
and,
one of the most remarkable animals
Vigilante.
that had ever existed, and certainly one of the most famous, is a dinosaur.
2 months of defying capitalism by making education accessible for all. GG's, comrade.
Vigilante, thank you. Really appreciate you, comrade. Thank you very, very much for the 2 months of support. Thank you. Helping us, you know, reach the masses here. Talking about science, and it is true, like, things that are a public good, you know? Whether they're roads, or healthcare, or education, or science. All too often these things get left behind in our society. And, I don't know. What can one person really do to correct that? Sometimes it seems like not very much at all, but I'm trying, and thank you for helping me do that, Vigilante. Really appreciate you. Helping make this happen. So thank you for your generosity and your support. So yeah. And Cephalon Wolf says, I just noticed the finished baby trike. It's not finished yet. I covered it up. There's a Protoceratops snout obscuring the fact that the tail is not done yet. And the ribs and the hips are not done. We still have some cervical ribs to put on the neck. But apart from that, it's... I'm working on it. I've been very busy. But yeah. And I'm going to get busier as fieldwork and conferences and stuff approach this summer. So yeah. But anyway, it's looking good, though. I'm happy with it. And Grit and Glitter, thank you. Yeah. Golganex says, you're doing, not just trying. Well... Thank you, Golganek, for your kind words. Speaking of doing, let's do some talking about... Well, shoot, let's do the PO unboxing first, because I keep forgetting that. And then we'll talk about our Deinonychiversary. Deinonychiversary. The anniversary of the description of Deinonychus. But first off, Majot, I saw you here earlier. Majot, are you here right now? Let me know, because I have an extra special thank you for you. Sending me something that's going to help finish the Triceratops skeleton. Majot, thank you so much for sending me this. And this stuff isn't cheap. Like, I struggled to afford this. You sending me this is really extraordinary. Yeah. This is, as you can tell here, this is special orange paint so that I can paint my skull. No, I'm kidding. This is 3D printing smoothing compound. So 3D printers, when they print, they just kind of spit out layer upon layer, and that's how they kind of build things in 3D. But it ends up with a kind of, you get print lines, you get like striations, horizontal striations across your print. And if you're trying to print something with like an organic shape to it, like for instance, a baby Triceratops skeleton, then, yeah, it doesn't quite look right. Being able to apply this compound over the top of it is, it finishes it in a really, really beautiful way. And it also strengthens it, too, which I really like. It'll help keep it from falling apart, also. So thank you, Mahjong. I am deeply grateful. And I think I have a note from you here. Where was it? Majot says, use this and the other stuff to continue your good work. Thank you, Majot. I will. Thank you for that direct support.
The dinosaurs.
Really appreciate that.
Sincere appreciation and gratitude. Thank you very much for the 100 bits.
Thank you for the stream and thank you for the gift.
Aww.
I had some cheers left.
Thank you for those cheers, Dixie. Thank you. And whoever gifted Dixie, who is that? You know who you are. Thank you very much. And I appreciate you more than you know. Holy cow. And carbon-based dude. Uh-oh. Some mischief happening here.
Oh, Lisa, there's a little present for you lying in the driveway.
Oh, boy, really?
Thank you, carbon-based dude, for the 400 bits. That was not $5 wasted. It's $5 well spent. Thank you, carbon-based dude. Holy cow. Beautiful. This is exquisite. Fantastic. Anyway, Majot, thank you very, very much. By the way, I highly recommend this to anybody who does any 3D printing. This is the best, like, smoothing compound that I know of. Yeah. Really, really good stuff. Really, really good stuff. You can sand it, you can paint it. It's excellent. And I go through a lot of it for a project like, well, shoot, I've got a whole backlog now. A whole baby Triceratops skeleton. I'm going to have a baryonyx skull that I'm going to be printing and applying that to. Shoot, what else? I'll be able to use it for our full-scale Allosaurus skull, too, that we're going to be working on. Yeah, I already started printing this. And this is going to take a long time, like almost 1,000 hours of printing. But a full-size Allosaurus skull, the sucker's going to be like 1 meter long. It's going to be enormous. And, yeah, I'll be able to use that for it. Along with the Iguanodon hand. Yeah. Excellent stuff. Excellent stuff. So thank you, Majot. Now let's go through these other ones too. Again, this is all stuff that came out of the P.O. box or came through the Amazon wish list here. So thank you. We've got another. A mystery item. What could this be? Intriguing. Let's have ourselves a look. Yeah. Haribo dinosaurs. And it says, enjoy your gift. Mysterious gifter of dinosaur gummies. I appreciate you tremendously. This is quality stuff, Haribo. You know, this isn't your dollar store gummy candy. This is top tier. Yeah. I wonder if they taste like chicken. I certainly hope not, Science Streams, because I don't like chicken. But thank you. This is wonderful. I actually have an upcoming cold open video that I need to film. These might appear in that. If I'm able to finish it before I leave for the field this year. We'll have to see. Yeah. Yeah. But thank you, thank you. Mysterious anonymous gifter. That is, yeah. Haribo Dino Gummies? Good stuff, Travel. Good stuff. Yeah. Alright, and we've got a box here, too. An unsmall box. Let's see what's in it. I wonder if this is something from the wish list, or if this is something... It just says, a gift for you, enjoy your gift. Hang on, proof. There you go. Mysterious, what could it be? Was this from you, Nell, or is this from somebody else? It says, sold as a pack, don't break. Okay. Chocolate sampler hearts? Hang on a minute here. Is this a Valentine's Day present? Nell says, happy belated Valentine's Day, Danny. Thank you, Nell. My goodness. Yeah. Look at that. Nell. Incredibly generous of you. I don't know if anybody has ever bought me chocolates. Well, I can't recall a time recently that anybody's bought me chocolates like that. That's, I might have one right now, actually. Yeah. Very, very nice. Let's see. Ooh, it smells like chocolate and nuts. And Geo Jim.
Geogene 2006 and their 6 raiders should have taken a smaller bite.
I'm gonna take some small bites here. Geo Jim, thank you for the raid. How you doing, Geo Jim? It's great to see ya. Geo Jim, welcome, welcome. This is gonna be an exciting topic for you today too. I know you're more on the geology side of, you know, Earth sciences. Maybe a little bit less on the paleontology side, but today, everybody, we're talking about Deinonychus. A dinosaur that helped change the way we look at dinosaurs. Described on February 25th, 1969. That's when this critter was first published. So we're celebrating our Deinonychiversary today. Deinonychus. This is the Velociraptor from Jurassic Park. That's what we're discussing today. We're just about to get into it. So, Rock Raid, thank you, Quaint Cat. How are you doing, Quaint Cat? Welcome, welcome. And, first off, Geo Jim, thank you for your raid. Appreciate it very much.
Gigantic dinosaurs attacking our boy! A dinosaur?
Quaint Cat, thanks for that follow. Geo Jim, thank you so much for your raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream today. What kind of exciting geological topics were you discussing with chat? I'd love to hear about them. Geo Jim is a far better geologist than I am. Holy cow. And if you're interested in geology, in the science of rocks and how they form and what they can tell us about the history of life on Earth, then go follow Geo Jim. If anyone's new, like you, Quaint Cat, let me introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. As you could probably guess, looking at my office here. I dig up dinosaurs across the American West with various museums. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and nowadays I talk about dinosaurs 5 days every week, every weekday, here on Paleontologizing. So stick around if you've got any questions about... I'm sure you got your geology questions answered already at GeoGym, but if you've got any questions about fossils, about dinosaurs in particular, my research subject, don't hesitate to ask those questions. Yeah. And Upstairs Down says, Danny, have you got enough dinosaurs in your office? I don't think you have. I certainly don't. Upstairs Down, I need some more dinosaurs, and I'm working on 3D printing some more. Like I said, we're gonna have a full-size Allosaurus skull, like a meter long, before too long. I already started printing the lower jaw from that, so I have to find a place to put this too. Yeah. So yeah, anyway. I do hope to put these in a museum one day, Amelia Bedelia. We'll have to see, you know? Anyway, right when you lovely raiders came in, I was just opening this up, sent by Give Them Nell, and Nell... Ooh. Holy cow, this is extraordinary. Look at those! Oh my goodness. Is there an identification key? Nope, I don't see one. I guess I just gotta guess. You know, let's have one of these from the middle, because there's two. This is gonna be like a chocolate caramel brittle or something? Let's see. Milk chocolate. Very nice. Very nice. Thank you, Nell. I will savor these. No identification key under the box. Nor under the lid. Nor under here. Nor under these. I would have to maybe take some core samples of each of these. Or I could just eat them. You know, either mode is satisfactory to me. More than satisfactory. It's wonderful. Thank you so much, Nell. I appreciate that. That's... too kind of you. I barely know what to say. Nobody sends me chocolate. That's lovely. Thank you, Nell. Holy cow. So good. Yeah. And life is like a box of chocolates, Amelia Bedelia. Yeah, it's... Oh, man. I was gonna make a diabetes joke, but I will refrain. Because that's not nice. I'm sure there's other jokes associated with that, too. But yeah, you never do know what you're gonna get, especially if there's no identification key. You gotta take some core samples or something. So yeah. And Gianmi, welcome back to you. How you doing, Gianmi? You're here for a wonderful stream today. We are just gonna start talking about one of my very favorite dinosaurs. Deinonychus. Yeah. But yeah, and David Delaune says paleontologizing is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. Yeah, live broadcast. You never know. Yeah. Take a pause from Twitch. No, I understand that, Gianmi. Absolutely. Slow coming back. It's great to have you back, Gianmi. No need to explain. I'm just glad you're here. Welcome back. It's great to see you again. Oh. Excellent. And this will tell you what is inside the chocolates. Will it? Whitman's sampler. Do we have a key here? Why is it considered iconic? Because it's an icon, of course. Self-explanatory. Now I told which flavor is which. Despite Forrest Gump's insistence to the contrary, purchasers of a Whitman's sampler know exactly what they're going to get. It was the first box of chocolates to come equipped with an index of all the flavors placed under the lid. What do you mean, dreaded cherry cordial, when all you wanted was a caramel? I'm sorry, I think cherry is... I'm gonna say I like cherry a lot more than caramel. Anyway, square shape denotes caramels, arguably the most desirable of the flavors. Disagree, hard disagree there. They're good, but, you know, if I'm gonna give one away to somebody else, it's gonna be that one. A rectangle means nougat filling. I just ate a rectangle, it did not have nougat filling, so that's not correct. Oval chocolates typically contain fudge, soft-centered flavors, including the rather dreadful cherry cordial. Oh, please, that's gonna be my favorite one. A round and nut clusters are usually identified by their craggy surface. That was not... That's not helpful. I ate a rectangular one, didn't have anything. It's milk chocolate. Solid milk chocolate is what I just ate. So I appreciate you, Aditya, comment on that, but yeah. Yeah. I hit the wrong rectangle? It just says rectangle, Shadow and Dart. You can click the link yourself. If this were, you know, a scientific paper, I'd be reviewer 2. Bow! Rejected. Yeah. Yeah. Send this to another journal. First, fix it.
I'll tell you another way.
Fossil Vet. Thank you. 17 months. Or 17 months ago. It's almost a full year, isn't it? Thank you, Fossil Vet. Holy cow. You too, Fossil Vet.
Watch the trailer for Talent, please. I when you first watched it.
Yeah, that's okay, Fossil Vet.
For the last few weeks. Here's the link.
Yeah, Fossil Vet, I appreciate you sending that. I don't know. That sort of thing's just not for me, though, you know? I don't want to disappoint you, because I'm not...
Chats 1 is Paleo Apato 4. You can get 3 Musketeers bars with these.
I can indeed, Lilith Hobo. Thank you for those 300 bits. Really appreciate that, Lilith Hobo. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Lilith Hobo. But yeah, Fossil Vet, I watched a minute of the Talon trailer, and I'm not... Yeah, it's for a different target audience. It's not... It's not for me. So, yeah. But... I don't know. I don't want you to see me wince when I watch it, because it's not for me. But I appreciate you, Fossil Vet, and thank you so much for your 17 months of support. Seriously. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. And, and Vigilante, yeah, absolutely. Shoot, my old crew chief, Denver Fowler, is from England. And, he would rail on and on about how much he hated Hershey's chocolate. Which, like, I'm an American. I grew up with Hershey's chocolate. I think that stuff's great. And he's like, oh, no, I wouldn't feed this to dogs. And it's like, Denver, don't feed chocolate. Chocolate is exactly the thing you shouldn't be feeding to dogs. What are you talking about? But anyway, you know, it hurt me. That, it didn't really hurt me. But it's like, you know, he's just being very negative about something that I like. And that's exactly what I don't want to do with the Talon trailer. So I hope you understand, Fossil Vet. I hope you understand. So yeah. Anyway. Shoot, we are an hour and a half into streaming. We've not even talked about Deinonychus yet. The subject of today's stream. Let's talk about Deinonychus. Because it was 54 years ago today, or tomorrow. It's actually tomorrow here in the Bay Area. Because it's still 24th here. February 25th, 1969, Deinonychus was first published. Deinonychus, a dinosaur which would help change our perspective on dinosaurs. Deinonychus would change the way that we look at these animals. Forever. John Ostrom discovered some of the earliest significant Deinonychus specimens, and here he is talking about that in this 1992 documentary called PBS The Dinosaurs. And let's have ourselves a look. This is at the Yale Peabody Museum, what it looked like in 1992. It looks pretty much the same today, doesn't it? Anyway, there's John Ostrom himself.
University's Peabody Museum, where John Ostrom is curator.
Well, that ladder is too rickety. This makes me nervous. This elder statesman of dinosaur paleontology climbing up on a rickety wooden ladder. Oh, boy.
I'd like to introduce you to the largest painting in the world.
Yeah.
It portrays time over a span of about 350 million years.
Yep.
From the Devonian period back in the Paleozoic all the way up to the end of the dinosaur era, the end of the Mesozoic.
We had a whole live stream about this back in, what was it, August or September or October? I think it was September, about Rudolf Zallinger's Age of Reptiles mural at Yale's Peabody Museum. Who was here for that? It was a fun stream, talking all about this mural and its influence on dinosaur art, dinosaur paleontology. Really exquisite. I may or may not have saved the VOD from that. Maybe one day that'll show up on YouTube, on our YouTube channel. But yeah, and Ostrom, yeah, did pass away in 2005. I remember when that happened upstairs down. People in the paleontological community were, yeah, Ostrom was getting up there in age, but still, that was a loss, you know, losing him. But anyway, here he is alive and well back in 1992, and he's going to talk to us about Deinonychus.
50 million years.
I'm still in the music category. You're right, Lenina. Shoot, let me change that real quick. Sorry. Science and technology. There we go. Yeah. Thank you, Lenina.
The Devonian period, back in the Paleozoic, all the way up to the end of the dinosaur era, the end of the Mesozoic.
Yeah.
All the age of reptiles.
And this, yeah, you're absolutely right, Gianmi. A wall painting, this is a fresco. It is actually painted direct on the plaster on the wall. And it was made with, like, egg tempera paint. Like, in kind of classical Greek or Greco-Roman style, I think. A fresco painting. Yeah, I could talk about this for an entire stream, and I did. Back in fall of 2022. We'll see if I have the VOD recorded from that. If I do, it'll probably show up on YouTube one of these days. But it is a very cool mural, Shadowwind Art. Iconic mural. And it does still exist. Absolutely, Roger Kirk. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Yeah. Very out of date, though. Holy cow. Edmontosaurus.
Picture of dinosaurs.
Diplodocus.
Pea-brained giants lumbering through lush tropical foliage, gorging themselves on leaves and grass. For years, the stereotype was magnificently represented by this mural.
Since the 40s, when it was painted.
So here's John Ostrom, who named Deinonychus. Here is the man who is responsible for the dinosaur renaissance, you could say. Responsible for the rekindling of scientific and public interest in dinosaurs. Without John Ostrom, there would be no Jack Horner. Maybe. There'd be no Bob Barker. There'd be no Jurassic Park. John Ostrom and Deinonychus are like the key to the dinosaur renaissance. They are the spark, not the spark, the lightning strike that set ablaze the dinosaur renaissance, which we are still enjoying to this day.
A number of discoveries have been made, and new ideas have been thrown into the debate. And perhaps one of the most important discoveries was made by me.
Yeah. I love the satisfaction on his face there. Yeah.
1964. John Ostrom recalls that he had been digging for months in Low County, Montana, and not finding very much.
So he's like somewhere south of Billings, Montana at the time. At the time, dinosaurs were seen as, you know, back in the 1960s, dinosaurs were generally seen, you know, like this. Being, you know, cold-blooded, reptilian, not very bright, not very social. Honestly, not terribly interesting animals. There's nothing, you know, terribly dynamic or fascinating about them. They're basically oversized lizards. And very few scientists actually worked on dinosaurs full-time. The number of full-time dinosaur paleontologists in the world is, there's probably about a dozen. There's probably about a dozen full-time dinosaur paleontologists on the planet back when Deinonychus was first found. And John Ostrom, I guess, was one of them. It was a rare breed. Yeah.
Discoveries have been made, and new ideas have been thrown into the debate. And perhaps one of the most important discoveries was made by me.
It was 1964. John Ostrom recalls that he had been digging for months in Low County, Montana, and
not finding much. There were very few dinosaur paleontologists out actually like searching for dinosaurs at this time. A dozen, maybe 2 dozen. It's like definitely, I would say, fewer than 30 full-time dinosaur paleontologists in the whole world in the 60s.
Finding very much. Time had run out. His crew had packed up their equipment and were heading for their cars.
You know, we've been looking for 5 years before we found anything as exciting as this.
Close to where the cars were parked, Ostrom noticed something in the rock. Since his tools were already stowed away, he began to scrape the dirt with his fingernails. This is what he saw first.
Beautiful. Holy cow.
I couldn't believe what I was looking at. Notice the extraordinarily large claws, sharp, curved, clearly the hands of a predaceous animal.
Yep.
Associated, found very close to this, was this object, obviously a claw, which I thought belonged to the hand because it looks very much like the claws on those fingers.
But nope.
But there was no place for it to fit.
Huh.
And I puzzled over that for some time. But we found the answer.
Yep.
Turns out that that claw didn't belong to the hand at all. In fact, it belonged to the foot. But then something more came to light in our quarry. And,
I love how happy he is about this. He's just overjoyed to talk about his discovery. And as a fellow scientist, this makes me incredibly happy to see. You know, I really wish I had a chance to meet John Ostrom before he passed, but no, I was a child at the time. You know. Roger Kirk says it's interesting. As a year after this, I was getting a weekly dinosaur magazine. Really? 1965, you were getting weekly dinosaur magazines? Where did you live, Roger Kirk? Weekly dinosaur magazines in 1965? That's nuts. Yeah.
I'll show you just a part of it. Bits and pieces of the tail.
Yeah.
Encased in
ossified tendons.
Bundles of ossified tendons.
Yeah.
Each right side, left side, underneath. This made the tail completely stiff, like what I picture as a balancing pole. It helped the animal keep its balance while it was using those sickles on its feet for killing whatever it was hungry for.
Yep. Check that out.
Deinonychus, terrible claw, a killing machine that came into being more than 100 million years ago, and used both hands and feet to snatch and rend its prey, keeping its balance by the remarkable adaptation in its tail. Nothing like the galumphing brutes in the Yale Mural, but a speedy acrobat, a racer.
Yes, indeed. Ooh, and yeah, this might be a little bit gruesome here. I wonder if they're going to cut out the gore. But, and Bunzo says that video is not from 1965. No, I know, this is from 1992, Bunzo. But John Ostrom found Deinonychus in 1965. That's, here, do we need to go back? People are all confused. There we go. Watch.
It was 1964.
Okay.
John Ostrom recalls that he had been digging for months.
So 1964, you know, and Roger Kirk says a year after that I was getting weekly dinosaur magazines. So I said 1965. Anyway, 1964 is when John Ostrom found Deinonychus.
Low County, Montana.
Yeah.
It was 1964.
Anyway, got it? Cool. I hope we're all set now.
Claw.
Yeah.
Killing machine that came into being more than 100 million.
You're good, Roger Kirk. You're good. You're good.
And used both hands
and welcome, Bunzo 12. It's great to have you here, Bunzo. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Sorry that was confusing.
To snatch and rend its prey, keeping its balance by the remarkable adaptation in its tail. Nothing like the galumphing brutes in the Yale Mural.
Yeah.
A speedy acrobat, a racer.
So this is the thing, is that Deinonychus suddenly sprang into this scientific milieu where people thought of dinosaurs as being big, plodding, slow-moving, unintelligent, tiny-brained, inactive, cold-blooded, reptilian, sluggish, swamp-bound, just like critters that can barely hold their necks up off of the ground, and they're dragging their tails everywhere, and they're just like ugh. That was the picture of dinosaurs at the time. And then suddenly, you get this critter, Deinonychus. Let's pull up the original publication for Deinonychus here. Should be in here. I actually grabbed some images of this. Ostrom Deinonychus. For the tweet that I put out earlier. Yeah, here we go. This is the original paper in which John Ostrom described Deinonychus in 1969. So that's actually that's a fairly short amount of time between initial discovery and publication. Less than 5 years, you know? Because when he actually discovered the critter would have been at the end of 1964, so probably August or September of 1964, at the end of the field season. And then February 1969, less than 4 years later, he's publishing on it. A new theropod dinosaur from the lower Cretaceous of Montana. And, there it is, yeah. Deinonychus anteropus, a new genus and species of theropod dinosaur of southern Montana. So close related to Stenonychosaurus, Velociraptor, and Sauronithoides. Shoot, he's lumping it in with Troodontids there because we didn't really know a great deal about these animals yet. He does say it's closely related to Dromaeosaurus. But yeah, I think it was the following year, or maybe later in this year, he describes the osteology of Deinonychus too. But in this publication, he establishes it as a new genus and species. Deinonychus, new genus. Deinonychus anteropus, new species. Yeah. And Oliver wants to know, what's a theropod dinosaur? I'm so glad you asked, Oliver. Theropod dinosaurs. Well, shoot, I'll show you. I won't just tell you. I will show you. Here we go. That should be in here, I think. Is there? Give me a second here. Yeah. Okay. So theropod dinosaurs are our two-legged meat-eating dinosaurs. And here's going to be some phylogenies and stuff. We'll explain this idea more thoroughly here. Here we go. Yeah.
Very reptilian, but yet it has modern feathers.
Archaeopteryx.
That's Archaeopteryx
was the first
there.
bird, but its feathers were already identical in shape and structure to those of living birds.
It's because it wasn't actually the first bird. It gets called the first bird a lot. There's no chance at all this was the first bird. It's just the first one we have so far. By the way, that's the same specimen I have right back here, the Berlin specimen of Archaeopteryx. That's my 3D print of it back there. We'll be talking more about Archaeopteryx in a few minutes.
So it tells us nothing.
Because Archaeopteryx and Deinonychus, their stories intertwine in a really interesting way. And, together they helped revolutionize our perception of dinosaurs.
About where feathers came from.
Yeah.
That answer must be hidden in the ancestors of birds. Fierce, meat-eating dinosaurs called theropods.
Theropods?
Look at the
Here we
history
go.
of dinosaurs like a family tree. The first branch are the ornithischians,
The bird-hipped
vegetarians like
dinosaurs.
Triceratops and Stegosaurus.
The funny thing is the bird-hipped dinosaurs are not the ones that birds evolved from. It's very confusing like that, and I apologize, but that's just the way it is. These names go back to before we realized that birds were living dinosaurs. Before we realized that birds evolved from dinosaurs, these had already been named, and the names kind of stick. Ornithischian dinosaurs, bird-hipped. They've got superficially similar hips to birds, but they're actually very different when you get down to the nuts and bolts. Turns out birds actually evolved from the lizard-hipped dinosaurs, the Saurischians.
On the following branch are the sauropods, the giant, long-necked dinosaurs like Apatosaurus, also known as Brachiosaurus.
Yep.
The closest relatives of these giants were the bipedal carnivores called the theropods, including Tyrannosaurus.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
Gregor, thank you for subscribing. Holy cow, Gregor, was that... Hang on a minute here. Gregor, did you just convert a gift sub into a recurring sub? Because if so, Gregor, I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you for that pledge of ongoing support. That means a lot to me. Thank you, Gregor. Seriously. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch, Gregor. Thank you very, very much. I pour my heart and soul into these broadcasts, and to know that people like you appreciate that and want to support me means a great deal to me. So thank you very much. Holy cow. Thank you, Gregor. Yeah. So yeah. And here, I feel like we missed something here too.
Were the bipedal carnivores called
the
theropods, including
so they made this a little confusing too. This is more confusing than it should be. So ornithischian dinosaurs, the bird-hipped dinosaurs, are up here, not related to birds, oddly enough. That was an old-timey goof. Sauropod dinosaurs are one branch of the Saurischian dinosaurs. The other half are the theropods. So ornithischians are up here. Saurischians, that's this juncture right here between the sauropods and the theropods.
Giants.
Here we go.
Bipedal carnivores called the theropods, including Tyrannosaurus rex, Velociraptor, and birds.
Like the albatross.
In the night.
And holy cow, is this actual footage of... This looks very much like a 1960s field crew here in southern Montana. And this looks like Rainbow Butte. I know that is like a... Yeah, isn't that a north-facing exposure there? Holy cow, this is where John Ostrom discovered Deinonychus. I think that might be John Ostrom right there, or this might be him right here. But anyway, back in the 60s, digging up Deinonychus. There you go. Yeah. Look at how tan these guys are. That's nuts. I really hope they didn't get skin cancer. Holy moly.
John Ostrom of Yale University discovered another member of this nasty club, the raptor dinosaur Deinonychus.
Deinonychus!
Played a critical role in proving the connection between birds and their theropod ancestors. Dinosaur biologist Jacques Gautier identifies the similarities between birds and this frightening theropod, and demonstrates how its savage hunting habits may have laid the groundwork for flight.
Deinonychus changes over from the conception of dinosaurs you see in the mural, where dinosaurs are overgrown lizards.
Yep.
That these were active cursorial, ran around for a living.
Yeah. They're missing a can of Coors, says Oliver. It's not Coors out in the field. You know what it is. Coors. That's far too... Coors is like the champagne of beers, isn't it? Is that what they call it? Or am I thinking of something else? That's Heineken? I don't know. I'm not a beer guy. Talk to my brother about that. My brother works at a brewery. He could tell you a lot more about beer than I could. I drink whatever's around. But Coors sounds too expensive. Let's see... Try and find this. Our beer of choice in the field, you know, the traditional beer. Oh, here it is. Yes!
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
And David Delaune, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Am I saying your name correctly, by the way, David? Feel free to correct me. If it's not Delaune, Delaune. How is it? Thank you so much for your Prime sub there. I really appreciate it. I only get one of those per month. Thanks for spending it here. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. That really means a great deal to me. It does. I'm going to share a piece of Museum of the Rockies lore with you right now. So Museum of the Rockies is the museum in which I was trained to be a dinosaur paleontologist.
Appreciation and gratitude. Thank you very much for the 100 bits.
I'm literally drinking a course right now. I'm fancy like that.
Very fancy indeed, Hogan. Well, here. Cheers to you, Hogan. Clink. There we go. Very nice. Yeah. Here's a piece of Museum of the Rockies lore for you. Museum of the Rockies is the museum in Montana that Jack Horner used to run. Jack Horner, you know, the character of Alan Grant, Sam Neill's character from the film Jurassic Park, is based on Jack Horner. That's the museum where I got my start. That's where I was trained to be a dinosaur paleontologist.
Some of your own advice. Aren't you the man who told me to live every week like it's Shark Week, and that nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs? Don't give up on life, sir.
Wow.
Paleo hey, paleo hey, paleo hey.
Thank you, Tactical Sponge, for the 27 months of support. That's a long time. That's like... it's almost a whole year, isn't it? Anyway. Almost as long ago as that is this photo from 1986? From a Museum of the Rockies field camp. 130 cases of Rainier beer to construct the 1986 Rainier couch at Landslide Butte Camp on the Milk River. Left to right on the couch, at Dusty Dino, that's my old boss, Jack Horner, right there. Right here. Bob Makala, right there, who is Jack Horner's right-hand man in the field. Bob Makala was a science teacher from Rudyard, Montana. We just talked about him the other day, right? From Rudyard. And holy cow, that's Jack's dad, John Horner. Our motto: it takes a lot of beer to dig up a dinosaur. So there's some explanation needed here. That is indeed an entire couch made out of cases of Rainier beer. So if we have any field geologists or field paleontologists here in the audience, they can probably back me up on this. But, yeah. Rainier, or vitamin R, as we call it sometimes, or if we're trying to be fancy, not Rainier, Rainier. Rainier beer. It's kind of a Rocky Mountain region thing. A lot of geology and vertebrate paleontology takes place in the Rocky Mountain region. And, yeah. As the story goes, as I've heard it, geologists and field paleontologists drink a lot of Rainier in the field because it's available in the Rocky Mountain region. And it's not exactly what you would call like a good beer. In fact, its major selling point here is the idea that whether it's refrigerated or whether it's been sitting out in the sun all day, whether it's ice cold or piping hot, it tastes about the same, you know? So it's the perfect beer for the field. Also, it's cheap and it's readily available. And so, yeah. And so apparently Jack Horner, my old boss, Jack Horner right here, the story goes that he wrote to Rainier, to the brewing company. And you know what? Shoot, let me see if I can look up this story. I want to say there's... Is it in the... Oh, shoot! There's no index. Dang nabbit. Anyway, there's no index. Anyway. Alright, look this up. I think it's in that book, Dinosaur Lives, by Jack Horner. About dinosaur paleobiology and parenting, behavior, that kind of thing. The story goes, apocryphal story, presumably true, but who knows, that Jack Horner wrote to the company Rainier, and he said, hey, we, as paleontologists, we love your beer so much. It tastes just as good hot as it does cold, because we don't have refrigerators out in the field. Would you mind sending us a shipment? You know, we'd really appreciate it. And apparently, they sent him a whole truckload. This is when they thought to take a photo right here, but, I heard apocryphal stories of a whole igloo that they built out of cases of Rainier beer. And, it was like once it all ran out at the end of the summer, that's when they knew it was time to go home. But, yeah, anyway. So, yeah. This is one of the ways that dinosaur paleontology in Montana is very different from how it is in Utah, where I do field work nowadays, where alcohol is illegal. More or less. Perfect time for you to come in, Moo Hoodles. How are you doing, Moo Hoodles? Welcome, welcome. Great to see you. Utah's a dry state. But, anyway. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. So yeah, if indeed John Ostrom and co. were drinking beers in the field, it was probably Rainier, I would guess. You know? So yeah. I definitely bring it camping at least. I know, Moo Hoodles. I'm kidding. No, we're not allowed to have... we're officially not allowed to have alcohol in state vehicles or under the auspices of, you know, state organizations when we're in the field, like the Utah Geological Survey. That's, you know, it's Utah. Gotta be careful about that. Officially, says Roger Kirk. Roger Kirk. Officially. Yeah. Didn't know you couldn't have it that slit. Well, Moo Hoodles. Yeah. No comment. Anyway, let's get back to Deinonychus. Again, today, for anybody who's just waltzing in right now, welcome to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here. Happy Friday. Today happens to be our Deinonychiversary. The world's Deinonychiversary. Although I suppose here in the US it's tomorrow. But anyway. February 25th marks the Deinonychiversary of Deinonychus. February 25th marks 54 years of Deinonychus. Published on February 25th, 1969 by John Ostrom. So Deinonychus is the velociraptor of Jurassic Park fame. This is a dinosaur that helped change the way that we look at dinosaurs forever. And, we're talking all about it right now. Deinonychiversary. Upstairs, down, close enough. Yeah, there you go. But yeah. Pass them over, checks out. There you go, Moo Hoodles. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Anyway. So, yeah, we were just talking about Deinonychus right here. Now, let me turn the sound on. Shoot.
John Ostrom of Yale University discovered another member of this nasty club.
The nasty club.
Dinosaur Deinonychus. It played a critical role in proving the connection between birds and their theropod ancestors.
Mm-hmm.
Dinosaur biologist Jacques Gautier identifies the similarities between birds and this frightening theropod and demonstrates how its savage hunting habits may have laid...
Upstairs down says, getting nasty in the club. There you go. Yeah, in the club we're getting down. We're getting bird-like in the club.
And their theropod ancestors.
Yeah.
John Ostrom of Yale University discovered another member of this nasty club, the raptor dinosaur Deinonychus. It played a critical role in proving the connection between birds and their theropod ancestors.
Yep.
Dinosaur biologist Jacques Gautier identifies the similarities between birds and this frightening theropod.
And hang on a minute here. X-Jers, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Tell me, Gianmi Windrunner had a question. Where was that? Sounds like good stuff. Oh, Gianmi, I'm sorry, I missed your highlighted message there. Welcome. Or, you've been here for a while, Gianmi, but let me reply. Can you tell me more about those circular bones in Deinonychus that indicate where its eyes are at? Those are the sclerotic ossicles. I can tell you about them, yeah. I don't see them often in skulls, especially non-bird dinosaurs. I don't think we actually have them for Deinonychus. We don't have any complete skeletons of Deinonychus, but the sclerotic ossicles, or the sclerotic ring, these are not as... They're... More critters have these than you would imagine. Thank you, X-Jers, for highlighting this too. Welcome, welcome. EXJERS X-Jers. Appreciate you. Yeah. Sclerotic ring. There you go. That'll work. So here are a number of different creatures. Various vertebrates. We've got a bat ray, or some sort of stingray. We've got what looks like a piranha, perhaps. Other various fishes. We've got a monitor lizard, Varanus ambigularis. Meleagris gallopavo. That's a turkey right there. It's got that same ring in its eye. This is a goose species, Anser species. Bubo philippinensis, I think might be a Philippine eagle. Yeah, we've got a number of different critters. There's a Salvadoran monitor right there with the same thing. And there's maybe a macaw? Some kind of parrot with that ring there too. Sclerotic ossicles are little bones that give support and structure to the eye. They're actually in the squishy jelly-like part of the eye. Rings of bone found in the eyes of many animals and in several groups of vertebrates, except for mammals and crocodilians. So basically, if you've got a backbone and you're not a mammal or a crocodile, you've got a sclerotic ring. There it is in a tawny frogmouth, a bird with horrifyingly large eyes. Such cool birds. There's one in a mosasaur, fossilized. Yeah, so dinosaurs would have had these too. There it is in a Gorgonopsian, which is very cool. You can actually see it there in its skull. Let me scoot this to the side so you can see it. There we go, yeah. Very, very neat. So this is not uncommon. This is actually the norm. We as mammals, humans don't have this because at some point along the way, our ancestors lost this. And we actually might lack sclerotic rings because of dinosaurs. You know, it's the same reason that most mammals are colorblind. Is that for a long, long time, mammals kind of lived in the shadow of the dinosaurs. Like, literally. Mammals and dinosaurs first evolved around the same time, about 235, 240 million years ago, something like that. But dinosaurs made it big. They took over terrestrial ecosystems. Any animal walking around larger than, larger than a border collie was a dinosaur. Or maybe a crocodilian. Anyway, mammals were much smaller than border collies. Most of them were like this big. The very, very, very biggest, most extraordinarily gigantic, stupendorific, hugest mammal during the age of dinosaurs was about the size of a toaster oven, maybe. Probably about the size of a loaf of bread. Yeah. So mammals kind of lived... They came out at night, they lived in burrows during the day. A lot of them lost their color vision because they really only came out at night, or they existed to live underground so as to avoid being eaten by dinosaurs. That might be also why they lost those sclerotic rings. So yeah. Is there any benefit for not having them, says Dr. Terra? I think it's one less thing to develop. Yeah. They are believed to have a role in supporting the eye, especially in animals whose eyes are not spherical, or which live underwater. So creatures that do live underwater, actually having a rigid support inside the squishy part of your eyeball can help keep your eyes from getting crushed and squished by water pressure if you're like a diving animal. So yeah. So fossil sclerotic rings are known from a variety of extinct animals, including ichthyosaurs, pterosaurs, and dinosaurs, but are often not preserved. These are some of the smallest bones in the body, because again, they're made up of multiple little parts like that. And so sometimes these are the first bones to get scattered after an animal dies. These are some of the first bones that get scavenged too, because as anybody who has seen Alfred Hitchcock's famous horror film with the birds knows, when you die, when the birds get you, what's the first part that they eat? They eat your eyes. And so, yeah. I don't know. Eyes are one of the first parts to decompose. They're one of the first parts to get eaten by scavengers. It's like a little... What are those? I think they're popular in Europe. Those little, like, jelly snack things? Yeah, like these. They're also popular in Asia, too. What are they called? But they come in like a little cup, like that, little plastic cup. Gel cups. Yeah, they look like these. Yeah, that's basically what your eyes are. Not jellied eels, no. Are they called jellies, Amelia Bedelia? Okay. That's basically what your eyes are. They're just little bits of nutritious jelly. And any scavenger who's coming by is going to eat those ASAP, you know? Vitreous humor. There you go. Upstairs, down, yes. Tasty. Yes, indeed. So, yeah. Again. When you are...
Guide to becoming a fossil.
If you would... Here. I like to play this as a little PSA. Just about... It feels like we do this almost every stream. But for anybody here who has ambitions to one day become a fossil... Yeah, here we go. Here's a step-by-step guide on how to become a fossil. And, yeah, it has some relevance to this discussion here.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1. Die. Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms. Step 2. Get buried fast.
Yeah.
If you are buried rapidly, your remains won't completely decay or be carried away by scavengers.
And that might be your antennae, it might be your squishy, nutritious eyeballs that get picked away, eaten by enterprising scavengers. So you want to get buried as quickly as you can. And if a creature does get buried really, really quickly, it stands a good chance of those sclerotic ossicles, the little bones in the eye, actually being preserved if it gets buried fast enough.
Your best bet for rapid burial is to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean.
Yeah.
Water can deposit sediment over you. Step 3.
And there you go, Vigilante, yes.
Soak in groundwater for a long, long time. Groundwater contains minerals. Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton.
And yes, I think that was Opabinia right there. With the vacuum cleaner mouth. Yep, Opabinia. There you go, Nell. Yes, indeed.
Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton.
Yeah, Slep and Slid, how are you doing?
Dissolve your
Welcome.
skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place. Either way, your skeleton will turn to stone, and you'll be a fossil. Step 4, wait to be exposed.
Yep.
As the years go by, if you're lucky, sea levels can fall or rock can erode and expose you. Then, if your luck holds out, you might get spotted by a fossil hunter.
There you go.
And wind up in a museum collection where scientists can study you to learn about evolution.
So yeah, and if you get buried real fast, if you're very, very lucky, maybe most of your parts will still be there, including the little bones in your eye, unless you're a mammal or a crocodile who doesn't have them in the first place. But dinosaurs did. And so that is why you see that right here in our Deinonychus.
And demonstrates how its savage hunting habits may have laid the groundwork for flight.
Deinonychus changed us over from the conception of dinosaurs you see in the mural where dinosaurs are overgrown lizards to that these are active.
I don't know why Crocs lost them, Dr. Terry. That's a good question.
Living, very much more bird-like creatures, and that all stem from the description of Deinonychus anterophus.
Yeah.
To start with the head, another obvious feature is rather than the teeth going underneath the orbit, it's just primitively the case in theropod dinosaurs. The entire tooth row is in front of the eyes. We're eventually going to make this into a beak. And you look at the forelimbs, you see these much longer arms. Dinosaurs start out with their forearms are only about half the length of their hind legs. I mean, think of the Tyrannosaur up there with really diminutive little hands. As you get into these raptors within the theropods, they start getting these really long arms, as you can see here, that are nearly as long as the legs, with these gigantic mitt-like hands, a three-fingered hand that's fully a third the length of the entire arm. I mean, the old reconstructions, as you see here, showing kind of the limp bunny, wrist attitude.
Yeah, it wasn't like that.
Appreciate in recent years when we've gotten completely articulated hands, just like birds. All the motion takes place here in the wrist.
The sides.
They flick the hand fore and aft. Yep. What this animal is doing is really playing praying mantis, in that it's holding its arms up folded against its body.
Not like a praying mantis. It's not like Mr. Burns. Like, they've got these semi-lunate carpal bones. Deinonychus could fold its arms against its body in a way that I'm incapable of doing as a human being, So, like, their wrists actually go, like, imagine me taking my wrist and going and, like, out to the side like that until it breaks. These guys could actually do that. Just like a bird, they would have their wrists folded out to the sides just like that. In the same way that, like... Here, if I show you a, like a parrot right there, you're not going to know what's going on because it's all obscured by feathers. But, a featherless parrot, you can start to appreciate this. It's got its wrist fold, like, I can't do that with my hand. My wrist doesn't bend that way. But there it is. There's a featherless parrot. They can actually fold their wrists to the side and tuck them against their body like that. Deinonychus could do the same thing. That sort of specialized wrist bone first evolved in theropod dinosaurs. Birds just inherited it from their ancestors. It's pretty cool. Naked bird indeed. Isn't that weird looking, Slep and Slid? But yeah. In the same way that looks weird, I mean, you look at this and you go, what the heck? Like, this does not look natural, right? A featherless bird. just looks wrong, right? Well, it's not featherless, it's got one feather right there. But anyway, in the same way, like, these should also look similarly weird to you. We now know that these animals, Velociraptor and Deinonychus, they actually had feathers all over their bodies. So honestly, you know, these critters should look just as weird to you as this does. Because they're both fully coated with feathers in life. This is bald and naked and weird looking. And this is bald and naked and weird looking. These animals had feathers all over their bodies. We now recognize that, that Deinonychus was an animal that was fully coated with feathers. He would look like, yeah, like this. Or like this. We're not sure exactly what the feathers would have looked like. We don't know the plumage in particular, but we know it had feathers all over its body. There's a really nice one there. I like that a lot. Yeah, there's a good one too. Deinonychus. So yeah. And feather function before flying. Yes, David Delaune. We will talk about that in a few minutes. You hold your horses. Because, oh boys, there were an exciting story there. Yeah. And actually, this is really lovely. Who made this? Retro versus Modern. Deinonychus anteropus. Back in the 1960s, it was thought to look like this. Fast, active predator, counterbalancing tail, large sickle claw on foot, related to birds. John Ostrom and co. started to realize that this animal was not a sluggish, slow-moving reptilian, you know, antisocial, stupid, you know, critter at the time. They started to recognize it's a fast-moving animal. But this is what they thought it looked like. They didn't dream that it had feathers. The 1980s to 1990s, thought it was a pack hunter. Shrink wrapping, I take issue with that term. Sparse feathers or quills, perhaps, like you got a little fringe of quills on the head. But in the 2020s, yeah, we now realize that these animals would have looked like big, weird, ground-running birds. Apparently that's from nixillustration.com. Nicely done. Good stuff. I like this. Yeah. Yeah. Nowadays, we recognize that this animal, I mean, this is going to be Velociraptor right here. Yeah, nowadays we recognize that Velociraptor would look a lot more like, not these pterosaurs, but a lot more like this. There we go. So with Deinonychus, fully feathered, just a remarkably bird-like animal. And it's remarkably bird-like because it's very, very closely related to birds. In fact, there are some paleontologists who suspect that these guys might actually be birds. No joke. It all depends on where birds first diverged from the rest of from other theropod lineages. And did birds split off first, and then these guys evolved from those ancestral birds, which would make these guys birds? Or did these guys evolve first, and then birds kind of split off from them? In which case, these guys wouldn't quite be true birds. But the fact that we're still wondering about that we don't really know, should highlight the fact that these are extraordinarily bird-like animals. Like, the fact that it's such a gray area there, that we don't really know if these animals are true birds or not. I'm talking about Velociraptor and Deinonychus, too. Members of the same family. The fact that we don't really know should tell you something. These are remarkably bird-like animals. Just extraordinary. So yeah. Feathery and fabulous. There you go, upstairs down. Yes, indeed. Yeah. They're murdered chickens. There you go, upstairs down. I appreciate the asterisk there. Well played. Yeah. And Nell, hope you have a great weekend too. Danye. Thank you, Nell. Appreciate you. Niel. You sleep well, Nell. Thank you. And I'll see you around, okay? Yeah. And
Hope he tells me you're one of these archaeologist fellas.
Well, he's pretty near the mark. Actually, I'm a paleontologist.
Oh.
We dig deeper.
Lordy and their 13 raiders would also like to dig deeper.
Lordy, thank you for the raid and welcome to Paleontologizing. Lordy, it is great to have you here. Welcome. That's a big raid. 13 viewers. How you doing, Lordy? Hey, So Fluff. How are you? Welcome. Galara Dragon. I love that new Lordy wave emote. That's brilliant. Lordy, how was your stream today? I hope it was phenomenal. I heard you were making a... Was it a cheesecake today? Was it successful, and did Ios eat all of it? Because if you can save a little piece for me, I would really appreciate that, Lordy. So the next time I see you, I'd love to try it. And how are the cats, too? Yeah, Spartan wants to know. How are the cats doing? So for those of you who were watching me earlier this week, there were some cats who showed up on my channel. Ios and Lordy were staying with me in my apartment for a few days as they had work done on their house. I think they were having more asbestos installed or something. I don't know about Ios and Lordy. They sure love their asbestos. But I guess they're having some more put in or something. And it wasn't safe for the cats to be there. So the cats were staying with me for the past few days. Now, Ios and Lordy have returned home with their cats. And they're all happily home together at their house. So I need a loner cat now. There you go, Kodali. More asbestos, says Vigilante. Yes, indeed. But yeah. If any of you are not yet following Lordy over at Lordy channel, then holy cow, are you missing out? So Lordy not only does cooking, she's professionally trained as a chef and a baker. She's got her degrees in those trades. She makes remarkable food. But she also does a lot of crafting, too. I think she was doing cooking today, but she does watercolors, various crafts. She does a lot of sewing. She makes her own shirts and pants and garments. She's making some new coats pretty soon. So if you're the sort of person... I know nowadays this might be pretty rare, but if you're the sort of person who eats food or wears clothing, you should 100% follow Lordy, because she makes both of those things on her channel. And she's also a member of my stream team. Part of the Three's a Crowd stream team. Me, Lordy, and Ios. So, yeah. Follow Lordy and Ios there. Anyway, great stuff. But yeah, Lordy is amazing, Claire Burr. You're 100% right. Yeah. I heard you need degrees to make an oven work. Matt Pie. True. Yeah. Temperature-wise, and maybe education-wise, too. A new wave of nutrition... Naturist Eritarians. There you go, Clever. Yeah, you know? Who knows what kind of nonsense Tink Tonk has unleashed upon the American public. Oh, boy. But yeah, they got burned on that one. There you go, Kodali. Anyway, thank you, Lordy, for the raid. I really appreciate it. We're talking about Deinonychus today. Lordy, thank you for liking my tweet earlier about Deinonychus. One of the most remarkable of all dinosaurs, one of the most important to the history of dinosaur paleontology, you know? When somebody asks me as a dinosaur paleontologist, you know, they go, Danny, what's your favorite dinosaur? My calculus as a paleontologist is going to be a little bit different from that of your typical person. I'm going to be considering how important a certain dinosaur is for dinosaur science, how many specimens we have of it, what it's taught us about dinosaur paleobiology, how it's helped, you know, influence and advance dinosaur science, and Deinonychus is got to be one of the most important dinosaurs ever discovered. And we're talking about why, so really glad you're here, everybody. Yeah. So yeah. Let's continue here. Here's a paleontologist going, ooh, is this Jacques Gautier there? Somebody that I used to know, a different Gautier. Anyway, here we go.
With the head, another obvious feature is rather than the teeth going underneath the orbit, it's just primitively the case in theropod dinosaurs. The entire tooth row is in front of the eyes. You know, we're eventually going to make this into a beak.
Yep.
And you look at the forelimbs, you see these much longer arms. Dinosaurs start out with their forearms are only about half the length of the
Just some Deinonychus that I used to know. There you go, upstairs down, yeah.
Our hind legs. I mean, think of the Tyrannosaur up there with really diminutive little hands. As you get into these raptors, the theropods, they start getting these really long arms, as you can see here, that are nearly as long as the legs, with these gigantic mitt-like hands, a three-fingered hand.
Mitt-like? What does he mean? They're bird-like. Mitt-like. Mitt-like, I think of an oven mitt or a baseball, you know, a catcher's mitt. That's interesting that it's, like, just etymologically speaking, it's a catcher's mitt, but a baseball glove. I've never considered that before. They're not all that different. I know a catcher's mitt is larger, but a catcher's mitt versus a baseball glove. Huh. I would... Either way, I would not call this mitt-like. What?
Within the theropods, they start getting these really long arms, as you can see here, that are nearly as long as the legs, with these gigantic mitt-like hands, a three-fingered hand that's full.
I don't think of this as a mitt. I really don't, you know? No, we're nitpicking here, but I don't look at this and go, oh yeah, that's definitely a mitt. You know? Timber, if you're still here, here's some of those MOR specimens. MOR 747. That's a Deinonychus hand dug up in Montana. Yeah. I look at these, I don't think, yeah, that's very mitt-like. These are extraordinarily bird-like hands. You know? Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. Mitt-like.
Fully a third the length of the entire arm, like hands, as you can see here, that are nearly as long as the legs, with these gigantic mitt-like hands, a three-fingered hand that's fully a third the length of the entire arm. I mean, the old reconstructions, as you see here, showing kind of the limp bunny, you know, wrist attitude. We've come to appreciate in recent years when we've gotten completely articulated
out to the sides,
just like birds. All the motion takes place here in the wrist. They flick the hand fore and aft. And what this animal is doing is really playing praying mantis, and that it's holding its arms up folded against its body. The prey item doesn't think it's as close as it is, so to speak. So they have a stereotype motion where they go down and forward, grab their prey, up and back, down and forward, up and back. That's the flight stroke. That's exactly the way birds fly today. And we always wondered, well, how do you get power on the upstroke? They actually make this transformation in a muscle called the supracoracoideus that shoots the arm forward.
Very cool.
In birds, it actually lifts the arm up. But the motion made here is exactly the flight stroke. So these guys are grabbing prey items a considerable distance from their body. The prey item struggles in their grasp, and as a consequence, they stabilize the shoulder joint by fusing the two clavicles together to make a wishbone.
Yep. So dinosaurs like this, in order to carry off a prey item like that, would have a wishbone. Thank you, By the Loaf. By the Loaf for your follow. Welcome, welcome. Perfect timing there. There's a theropod dinosaur carrying away a prey item. Beautiful. Very nice timing, Claire. Yes, indeed. Max Drake. Thank you for saying hello. Welcome, Max Drake. Good to have you here. Yeah. So whether these dinosaurs actually evolved that kind of special musculature and the flight stroke for snatching prey or for flapping, we'll talk about that in a little bit. But yeah.
And then they had to pull the prey back to them. There's power on the upstroke before you're flying. And so virtually all details of the flight stroke originate before flight. And that's the best part about the fossil record. There's no way you'd look at a flying bird today and go, obviously that forelimb came from a raptorial organ used to seize and secure prey. No way you would guess that. That's only the information you can get from the fossil record. These beasts were, ruling the day, and for 180 million years, dinosaurs were out in the daytime, and all the mammals are out at night, and the large.
This is what we were talking about. This is maybe one of the reasons why mammals lost those sclerotic ossicles, is because they didn't need to have very acute vision. They focused more on smell and hearing, too. Mammals famously have very good hearing and a very good sense of smell. A lot of mammals are, practically blind. You think about bats, you think about rhinoceros, you think about animals like this that, their eyes aren't very useful to them. They still have them. There's no species of bats or rhinoceros that have lost their eyes entirely, but they see the world in a different way. They see it in smells and in sounds. Different way than we experience it as primates, being diurnal, color-sensing primates.
Just Mesozoic mammals.
Anyway,
these beasts were, ruling the day, and for 180 million years, dinosaurs were out in the daytime, and all the mammals are out at night. And the largest Mesozoic mammals, maybe the size of a possum or something. Most of them are mouse-sized. So we came out at night and stayed tiny for 180 million years. After the asteroid hit, knocked out at least the big dinosaurs, if not the little ones, the birds, but knocked out the big dinosaurs. That's the only time that mammals had the gumption to climb down out of trees and come out in the daytime. So we're lucky. We would not be here.
We owe our existence as human beings, as large mammals, to the asteroid that hit 66 million years ago. Without that, we wouldn't be here, Which reminds me, I'm not wearing it right now, but usually on a typical stream, I'll be wearing this necklace right here. Somebody type in ! Claire Burr's already got it. Claire, you're so fast. Wow. Claire Burr, holy moly. Yeah. This is filled with Z coal. You can read about that in there. But that's kind of a reminder of how that asteroid was incredibly important to all of us watching right now. Without that event 66 million years ago, I would not be here on Twitch. We as human beings would not exist. Holy cow. So yeah. I appreciate you, Claire, more than I can say. So yeah.
The motion of theropod dinosaurs evolved into the flight stroke of modern birds. To answer that question, Steve Gatesy is exploring just how birds use their bones, muscles, and feathers to fly.
What we're seeing here is
very cool. And so you can watch more of this if you'd like to. This is a wonderful documentary called The Dinosaur Feather Mystery from 2004. We're focusing on Deinonychus today, but if you'd like to watch the rest of this and learn more about the evolution of feathers and learn more about how birds evolved from their dinosaur ancestors, this is a wonderful place to start. So click that link or bookmark it for a future date, for a rainy day, whatever. But there you go. Yeah, excellent stuff. Speaking of excellent stuff, Vigilante has got a great question. They want to know, is dinosaur dentition a reliable indicator of diet, like with mammals? Vigilante, excellent question. as a dinosaur paleontologist, I'm kind of inclined to go, oh yeah, of course, yeah. Dinosaur teeth tell us about dinosaur diet. Just like with mammals. But then I remember, hey, shoot, I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And mammal paleontologists are able to tell...
Dinosaurs waiting to be discovered. Many new mysteries waiting to be pondered.
Vindaloo too, thank you for their follow. And Max Drake 77, thank you for the follow too. Welcome both of you to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Yeah. As a dinosaur paleontologist, sometimes I forget, or I fail to appreciate how important teeth are to mammals, and in turn to mammal paleontologists. Which is kind of a funny sentence. Thank you, Engine Offical. Engine, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. Off I call. Thank you, Off I call. Welcome to Paleontologizing, Engine. It's good to have you here. But yeah. Again, that's a funny sentence, mammal paleontologist, because most, if not all, paleontologists whom I know of are themselves mammals. So strictly speaking, if you're going to be pedantic about it, I suppose all paleontologists are mammal paleontologists, including me, because I'm a mammal. But I work on dinosaurs. Anyway, as a dinosaur person, dinosaur teeth can be important for understanding dinosaur diet, but dinosaur teeth also tend to be very, very unspecialized compared to mammal teeth. The teeth of mammals evolve extraordinarily quickly. Like, teeth are crucial to the diet and the ecology of mammals. If you want to understand a mammal, you look at his teeth. Teeth are the key to mammals. Not so much for dinosaurs. We've got many species of dinosaur, like Troodon is a good example, where Troodon has got these cool, weird teeth, and we don't know what it eats. Shoot. Yeah, there's probably a whole paleoecology. There you go. Troodon, this remarkable dinosaur here at the Perot Museum. Yeah, the teeth. There we go. The teeth bear prominent serrations there, like you see right here. These wounding serrations, however, are morphometrically similar to those of herbivorous reptiles and suggest a possibly omnivorous diet, maybe? So Troodon might be a consummate predator, but well, shoot, we don't really know. Its teeth are like, they almost look kind of like herbivore teeth, like, what's going on with this? So anyway, dinosaur teeth in general are, and I have to admit it, less informative than mammal teeth, So yeah, it's just, it's just one of those things. We're still trying to figure them out, So yeah. Max Drake says, what's your favorite dinosaur? I've got a few, Max Drake. Holy cow. We're talking about one of them today, Deinonychus, for sure. And Grasshopper. Well, shoot, yeah. Sometimes my students show up here at Grasshopper, so we try and keep chat PG rated. My old students, they're like 6 and 7 years old now. So we try and keep things as tame as possible in terms of our language. So I hope you're not offended. But yeah. Anyway. If you try and keep typing in swear words, they're gonna keep getting deleted. So yeah. Anyway, I love it. I'm glad to have you here, Grasshopper. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate your enthusiasm. Yes, indeed. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. I don't know what, that's an odd glitch. Usually Automod would catch that, Claire. I don't know what's going on. So anywho. Yeah. Let's go ahead and... Let's see here. Here we go. Deinonychus and Birdlink. Did we already watch that? I think we did. Yeah, we did. Good, good, good. I can cross that off our list. Yes, indeed. And now, Deinonychus is incredibly important for understanding the evolution of birds from dinosaurs. And here to talk about that is somebody who learned a great deal from John Ostrom and helped carry on the dinosaur renaissance into the present day. My old boss, Jack Horner. Yeah. Let me turn the sound on.
But were present in other reptiles.
We found an articulated foot.
When paleontologist
There's Jack right there.
Horner began his career, few thought that birds could have come from dinosaurs.
So, Jack, why was it so hard to believe that birds and dinosaurs were related?
Most of the dinosaurs that the public knew about were really big. Like, you know, this is a...
And Triceratops says, who is my new boss? Who's my new boss, Triceratops? It's you. It's Twitch chat. It's supporters of this broadcast. It's the people who pay me to do what I do. You know? I guess you could say I am my own new boss now, but yeah. Yeah, I'm freelance nowadays, baby. Yeah. I get to make my own schedule. I get to work on what I choose to work on. I don't have to write grant proposals or anything like that. I'm a free man, you know? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Who are my bosses? I guess that would be... Shoot, this shows 854 current subscribers up here. There you go. So I guess I currently have 854 bosses. You know, you can call this a democracy of 854 people. So yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
When
I often do.
No.
And Trek Nerd, I get paid once a month, usually on like the 12th or sometime around then. So yeah. Got a while until I get paid again, but it's fine by me. Yeah, got enough money to get by. So yeah. Yeah. I consider myself student assistant. There you go, Jody Fish. you're, you know, this is a collective. You call it the Great Paleontologizing Collective, you know? There we go. Ooh, tasty.
Tasty.
12 months of being your boss, Kappa.
DNH, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you, boss. Yeah. Let me know. Should I clean the bathrooms tonight, DNH? Let me know. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. So yeah. Yeah. You don't have to get coffee just for yourself, says Amelia Bedelia. I don't really drink coffee, Amelia Bedelia. Except on rare occasions, when I need an extra caffeine jolt. Need or could use. Need is a strong word. When I could benefit from that. But, and you are Engine. It's great to have you here, Engine. Not your real name. It makes sense, Engine. Welcome, welcome. And thank you for the support, Nafron.
For the good work, winking face.
Thank you, Navron. Thanks, boss. Appreciate you. Thanks, Chief. Good stuff. Good stuff. Buildosaurus mod. Well, welcome, Buildosaurus mod. Engine off Ical. Also a dinosaur fan. Very nice. Well, in the right place here on Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Here, let's get back to our video here about the origin of birds and where Deinonychus fits into this.
Shoulder blade of a sauropod.
Yeah.
Sauropods were gigantic.
Yeah.
Scientists thought that dinosaurs were cold-blooded and slow-moving, like other reptiles.
People couldn't imagine dinosaurs being agile and hopping around. They look at these big giant things and they lumber. There's no way to relate them to birds.
Oh, here we go. Here's where Deinonychus enters the picture. This is beautiful southern Montana. I recognize this landscape. I bet you Highway 190 runs right through here, going east across the state. This looks like just south of Billings. In fact, I might have driven right on the other side of this mountain right here. Looks like Rainbow Butte, Montana, and there, that might be John Ostrom right there. Yeah.
Then, in 1963...
Oh, and hang on a minute. David Delune says, any thought on why they thought dinosaurs were cold-blooded? That was just kind of the assumption, you know? This goes back to the very earliest, you know, discoveries in dinosaur paleontology. You know, some of the... We'll talk about this in a little bit. We'll watch another video about this very subject. But dinosaurs were almost immediately recognized as reptiles, but people didn't... The first scientists studying dinosaur remains didn't really recognize how special they were and how different they are from modern reptiles. You know? So there were some assumptions floating around that, oh, if dinosaurs are reptiles, that means that they lay eggs. Turned out to be true. All dinosaurs laid eggs, as far as we know. All female dinosaurs who gave birth laid eggs. That they all had scaly skin. We don't know that's not true. A lot of dinosaurs had feathers. That they required warm temperatures because they were cold-blooded. We now know that's not true. A lot of dinosaurs lived up in the ice and snow. They were warm-blooded animals. They generated their own body heat from within. You know, the cold-blooded thing kind of comes from an assumption that dinosaurs are just like modern lizards or turtles or crocodiles. You know? Nobody really recognized how unique they were at the time. And, that's one of the reasons why Deinonychus was so special. Because when this animal was first found... Here's an animal that very obviously did not drag its tail on the ground. We've got bony tendons in the tail. It held its tail upright. You know, basically like a balancing rod behind it. It's got thin, lightweight bones, just like a bird. It's clearly a very fast runner. It's got these long legs like this. Clearly a very speedy animal. Grasping hands. It's got a fairly large brain cavity right there. Would have been fairly intelligent, presumably. It's got fairly big eyes. This defies every stereotype about reptiles that you can think of, you know? This is an animal very different from people's perception of dinosaurs at the time. This was a revelation when it was first published. That's why it's such a big deal. This helped spark the dinosaur renaissance, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Wouldn't want to fight that creature? Definitely not. No. Here. Let's see. I searched this earlier, but, there it is right there. This is from Gabriel Agueto. This is the same illustration of Deinonychus that I used here in my photo illustration there. And I made sure to credit Gabriel there. Really, really incredible work. Just beautiful. But Gabriel says, people often refer to Deinonychus as a small dromaeosaur genus. And sure, it was smaller than others like Utahraptor or Ostroraptor, but it was still a formidable theropod. I created this reconstruction for my personal library, available for licensing. Yeah, this is a big animal. You would not want to run into this creature in a dark alley. Or any kind of alley. Even a well-lit hospital? I don't know. Even in an area where you could get stitched up immediately, you would not want to run into this creature. It could... Man, imagine it jumping on top of you, sinking those claws into your torso, holding you down with its body weight, and eating your guts while you're still alive. That was this animal's MO. That's presumably what it did, you know? This is the Velociraptor from Jurassic Park. I'll explain in a little bit why it was given a different name for the novel and for the film, but rest assured, the Velociraptor from Jurassic Park, you know, you are alive when they start to eat you. That's Deinonychus. That's the dinosaur we're talking about today. The dinosaur we're celebrating on today's live stream. So yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Vicky Sky, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah. Anyway, here's Jack Horner to talk about the influence and importance of Deinonychus. Right here.
Giant things, and they lumber.
Yeah.
To relate them to birds.
So before Deinonychus, it was kind of difficult to, like, point to dinosaurs and go, oh yeah, these are related to birds, you know? Until Deinonychus came along.
Then, in 1963, John Ostrom discovered a fossil in the Badlands of Montana that challenged that view.
Yep.
What John Ostrom first found was this claw.
Yeah.
To a foot. It was not a claw for walking on. This dinosaur actually used that claw for slashing.
Yes, indeed. Better believe it.
This was small, with a delicate build. It ran upright on two legs. It had a long, stiff tail for balance. Not all dinosaurs were big and lumbering.
Ostrom hypothesized that the animal would scale its prey and start using its slashing claw and probably eating the animal while it was alive.
Yet, what did I just tell you? That line from Jurassic Park, you know? Yeah, shoot. Yeah. You've all seen this scene. You know what this is about. We've got a YouTube video, or a cold open video about this. You know what it is. But recognize that when Sam Neill's character here in Jurassic Park is describing Velociraptor, the animal he's actually talking about is Deinonychus, our dinosaur from today. Again, I'll explain in a little bit why it is Deinonychus and not actually Velociraptor. But yeah, this part, just watch. No evidence at all that Tyrannosaurus could only see things that were moving. That's bogus. They kind of threw that into that movie so that their main characters could escape being eaten by dinosaurs. They had to... And this is a video game term, isn't it, chat? They had to nerf their T-Rex in order to get some of their main characters to survive the events of the film. There you go. Yeah. We'll be explaining that later, too, actually. If we cover everything that I have on my agenda today. Yeah, the power balance was off. There you go. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Or Deinonychus. That's a Deinonychus claw right there. They made it look a little bit more dramatic for the movie, but that's a Deinonychus claw. It's distinctly different from a Velociraptor claw. Yeah. That is the point. Whether they actually slashed like this, we don't really know that that's the case. You know? The claws don't actually seem well evolved for slashing. They're more like hooks for like holding prey in place. But like Sam Neill says here, yeah, the point is you are alive when they start to eat you. Yep. Which kind of brings me to, we did a new cold open video this morning. Apologies to anybody who missed it if you weren't here at the beginning of stream. You'll see it eventually. But, yeah. I have another cold open video that we often play on this channel, and let me show you that here. With a pretty decent representation of what one of these animals would have looked like. A dromaeosaur. Here we go. I'm gonna click on this, and then we're gonna scrub through to the point that I'm looking for. So it'll take a second or two, but here we go. Wait, seriously, no sound? You're not getting any sound there? What happened? All right, give me a second here. Let me fix this. That's weird because it was working before, but maybe the OBS update broke it or something. Let's try it again.
It's 5-6 feet high, I'm guessing 9 feet long. Look at the extraordinary. What'd you do?
He touched it. Dr. Grant's not mission compatible.
Got it in for me.
Turkey.
More like a 6-foot turkey.
Turkey, huh? Well, maybe dinosaurs have more in common with present-day birds than they do with reptiles. Look at the pubic bone, turned backward, just like a bird. Look at the...
That doesn't look very scary. More like a 6-foot turkey.
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 Six-foot turkey. Turkey, huh? 6-foot turkey.
Turkey. Turkey.
Okay. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. You get your first look at this 6-foot turkey as you enter a clearing.
I forgot to take the Happy Halloween part off of that. But yeah, there you go. Happy Thanksgiving, Retro Roadshow. There you go. Yeah. So anyway, Deinonychus. The velociraptor from Jurassic Park is actually Deinonychus. That's why in the opening, one of the opening scenes of the movie, they show it being dug up in Montana. Velociraptor's not from Montana. It's from Mongolia. Anyway, we'll get into that later. But, got the mammal. There you go, Claireberry. Yes, indeed. Yeah. So yeah, try and show a little respect, you know? Deinonychus. Yeah. Very nice.
Set off a revolution.
Yep.
What if dinosaurs weren't slow, but warm-blooded and fast-moving?
Yep.
Like birds.
Yeah.
When he compared Deinonychus to Archaeopteryx, he saw that they both had lightly built, hollow bones.
Yeah.
And they shared even more features, including long arms and similar hip and shoulder bones.
Yep.
Ostrom concluded that birds did descend from dinosaurs, as Huxley had argued.
Yep.
Not from lumbering sauropods, but from another lineage called theropods that walked on 2 legs and included T-Rex and agile predators like Deinonychus.
Yep. Theropods. Birds are theropods. There you go. Yeah.
Well, some science.
And man, I love seeing that. Like, there's so many people in this image that I know. There's Carrie Woodruff right there. There's Brian Baziak. There's Jade Simon. You know, all my crewmates and colleagues and comrades here on a Museum of the Rockies crew, digging underneath looks like a 75% shade tarp that we have right here. And these Morrison Formation rocks, beautiful.
Did not accept this idea at first. Supporting evidence continued to accumulate.
Yeah. Man, I wish they'd gotten a close-up. You know, Jade Simon's got an Archaeopteryx tattoo on her shoulder. Man, I don't know if the film crew got a shot of that. They should have, because that would have contributed to this. But she's got a tattoo of the Berlin specimen of Archaeopteryx right there on her shoulder. It's really beautiful. One of these days, I'll ask Jade if we can interview her here on Paleontologizing, because she's a fascinating person and she works on theropod dinosaurs. I think she just completed her PhD on Oviraptorosaur theropods, Oviraptor dinosaurs. That whole family of not egg thieves. Anyway, Jade's an old friend of mine, and one of these days when I get serious again about doing more interviews, we'll see if we can get Jade on here.
Supporting evidence continued to accumulate. Including the discovery that theropods had a feature of birds not previously found. A wishbone.
Yeah.
Looked for them and really didn't know what it was going to look like. And then all of a sudden we started finding them.
Yep.
Here is the wishbone of Tyrannosaurus rex.
Yes, indeed. And I happen to have that same thing right here. A T-Rex wishbone. Behold the wishbone of Tyrannosaurus. There we go. This is my 3D print in actual size of a Tyrannosaurus wishbone. It's not very large because this is from the very middle of the chest of this animal. But yeah, I'll show you an actual picture. Again, there's Jack holding it. Roop. No. Wait, what? Oh, sorry, we goofed up. I pressed some buttons and that took us to a different spot. The soundboard. Here we go.
Sort of looked for them and really didn't know what it was going to look like. And then all of a sudden we started finding them.
Yep.
Here is the wishbone of Tyrannosaurus rex.
There you go. So this is the wishbone of Pex Rex, which is a Tyrannosaurus specimen from near Fort Peck Lake, Montana. I think up in Macomb County. Or it might be just over the border in Garfield County or Valley County. I don't know. Who knows where the county boundaries are of those places nowadays, now that Fort Peck Lake is in the middle, gumming everything up. But, yeah. A Tyrannosaurus wishbone right here. Pretty simple bone, kind of a V shape like that. And that is made of the fused clavicles. So you can actually feel your very own clavicles. Here, keep your seats. Just gonna go like this. Your collarbones right here. Everybody watching, feel your collarbones right now. If you go like this, you can feel them. Those are your collarbones, your clavicles. Now, theropod dinosaurs, their collarbones, their clavicles, are actually fused together. They fuse in the middle to a solid piece of bone, and we call that the furcula, the wishbone. This is something that all birds have, as far as I know. And you can feel them, Gianmi? Yeah. So, the flight stroke in birds, you know, flapping their wings, requires a tremendous amount of energy and a lot of, like, skeletal stability. So their collarbones actually fused. It's really lucky birds didn't evolve this themselves. This is something that happened really early on in two-legged, mostly meat-eating dinosaurs, theropods. Their collarbones fuse together into a singular mass that we call a furcula, a wishbone. Tyrannosaurus had this. Velociraptor had this. Coelophysis had this. Deinonychus had this. We've got it here on our Tyrannosaurus here in the office. Let me grab my laser pointer and all. You're probably not going to be able to see it, but... It's right there. The laser pointer is directly on the furcula right there. It's right in the middle of the chest. Right there. I'll show you a picture of Pex Rex. The only genuine mounted specimen of Tyrannosaurus in the whole state of Montana. Yeah. Pex Rex. There we go. That'll probably do it. Here, let's try and make these... Let's embiggen these. Size large. That'll work. Yeah. This is the skeleton of Pex Rex. The only actual fossilized bone of Tyrannosaurus, like the only skeleton mounted in the whole state of Montana. Montana is where Tyrannosaurus was first discovered and described from. Montana is the state in the U.S. with the most Tyrannosaurus fossils. And there it is. Right there. You see that bone right there in the middle of the chest? That is the furcula, the wishbone. Right there. Right here. That's this. Yeah. But yeah. This was another smoking gun that that birds evolved from dinosaurs. Because of that. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Good stuff. And thank you, Owen Sauce, for the follow. Look at all those chickens. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for the follow. It's good to have you here. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. And John Meese says, for some reason, I never really noticed that bone. Yeah. It's the fused clavicles. It's really important for dinosaurs, you know? It's one of those clues that birds evolved from dinosaurs. So it's important stuff, for certain. Yeah. Really cool. Really cool. Though anyway. Yeah. And Retro Roadshow got 2.5 feet of snow this week? Holy moly, Retro Roadshow. It collapsed your shed like a tin can? I'm sorry to hear that. But I'm glad insurance is covering it. Oh boy. Yeah. You know, it even snowed here where I live, in the San Francisco Bay Area today. Greetings from the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. But it even snowed here. I kid you not. Let me see if I can pull that up. Let's go back to Twitter. I think I liked a tweet about this earlier from Bart, the Bay Area Rapid Transit. Yeah, I love Bart. Where did that go? There we go. Yeah. Oh, nope, that's not it. Here we go, yeah. That is a blank ton of snow for viewing pleasure from a Warm Springs station. So this is south of me. I live further north than this. But yeah, down near San Jose, Warm Springs, they got snow there. A very light dusting of snow. So yeah, take a look at that. Pretty nuts. We almost never get snow here in the Bay Area, you know, because it is so warm and sunny and pleasant. You know, it doesn't happen. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah, you take as much of that white garbage as you like, Retro Roadshow. Retro Roadshow, I lived in Montana for the better part of a decade. That's where, you know, that's where I made this t-shirt. When I lived in Montana. I'm done with that. That part of my life, I've kissed that goodbye. And, you know, yeah. That's over. No more. Done with that. So yeah, anyway. And Gojira says people who like snow have never had to buck a 6-foot drift out of the driveway in negative 40-degree weather. I have had to do that, Gojira. And I did not enjoy it. Done with that. Those are not regions of Earth that are fit for human habitation. You know? Be gone with them. So yeah. Oh boy, I remember one time in Montana, I think it was like February of 2013, I want to say. It was negative 40 degrees for like a week and a half straight. You know, the mercury didn't rise below negative 30 for like a whole week. It was nuts. Oh man, I was looking at, and I realized that the Southern Hemisphere, it's summer for them, but you know, we had colder temperatures than Antarctica at the time. It was the coldest place on planet Earth back then. During that week, was in southwest Montana. It was insane. And at the time, I was working as a delivery driver for an auto parts store, driving a little white Ford Ranger that did not have full 4-wheel drive. It did have studded tires, which was nice. But it also didn't have a working heater. So here I am driving around town all day. You know, cars are sliding around like it's Grand Theft Auto and somebody has turned off the friction so that it's just Carmageddon out there. It was insane, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Let's see here. Anyways, it was like this, except there was snow everywhere, and there wasn't Mario for some reason. Anyway, I've never played this game in my life. This is not the video I was looking for. My goodness. This is not helpful. Yeah, it was like this, you know? Just cars sliding every which way all over the roads, and here I am, you know, just trying to get done with my work day, trying to get an honest day's work done, and driving around in a truck that doesn't have 4-wheel drive and has no working heater, you know? That's what it felt like. Oh boy, yeah. Anyway, yeah. Oh boy, yeah. So yeah. Negative 40 every winter, says Gojira. I think provincial record is negative 70 something Celsius. That's the thing. Oh shoot. Negative 40 is where Celsius and Fahrenheit join up. So if you say negative 40 degrees, you don't have to specify Celsius or Fahrenheit. Well, that's where the scales converge. Negative 70 though is something else. So yeah, holy cow. Yeah. Anyway, I'm really glad I don't live in Montana anymore, to be honest. But a creature that is from Montana and is extraordinarily important is, of course, our creature that we're discussing today, Deinonychus. Here's another video that I've saved about this critter. This is a clip that I have preserved. This is from the documentary The Dinosaur Feather Mystery from 2004. Let us take a look at this, talking more about Deinonychus, this incredible critter, and yeah.
To the lives of birds, this hidden complexity makes it even harder to explain how feathers evolved. The answer to the mystery of feather origins lies in.
I'm gonna be right back. Actually, I've got to run to the little paleontologist room.
Within the feather.
Gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. So hang on.
The first clue in the mystery of feather evolution.
I'm talking about Archaeopteryx before we get into Deinonychus.
Million-year-old rock formations in Solenhofen, Germany. The thin, fine-grained limestone sheets open like the pages of a book written by nature long, long ago. One day in 1861, a page was turned that would unveil the most famous fossil in the world and a wonder of its age. Luis Chiappe, an expert on ancient birds, deciphers these pages of stone.
Well, Archaeopteryx was found in the middle of the 19th century, soon after Charles Darwin published his book on the origin of species. It was found in the midst of a huge controversy, the evolutionary debate, and it played such a critical role in turning this evolutionary debate to our understanding of how animals have transformed over time. It became an icon of evolution, some kind of paleontological Mona Lisa. So definitely the role of Archaeopteryx 150 years ago was that role of missing link, that role of intermediate between, on the one hand, animals that looked dinosaurian and animals that were birds, modern birds. What was critical at the time is that we have an animal with claws, an animal with teeth, an animal that looks very reptilian, but yet it has modern feathers.
Archaeopteryx
yes,
was
indeed.
the first bird, but its feathers were already identical in shape and structure.
Sheriff Whiskey, thank you for the follow. And welcome to Paleontologizing. That's not the original Archaeopteryx specimen, though. That's a cast. I can tell. I've got my own replica of Archaeopteryx right here in my office. And, let me share it with you real quick. Talking about this incredible animal. Here we go. Just absolutely angelic specimen. This is the Berlin specimen of Archaeopteryx, which helped us to, first realize that, well, this is one of the clues in unlocking the mystery that, birds evolved from dinosaurs. I was able to 3D print this and then paint it. Isn't that gorgeous? I honestly think it looks better than the one that we have right here. It's more distinctive, at least. It took a long time in painting this. I actually painted this live on stream like a couple years ago. But yeah, Archaeopteryx. Extraordinary. And look at those feathers. Just beautiful.
To those of living birds, so it tells us nothing about where feathers came from. That answer must be hidden in the ancestors of birds, fierce, meat-eating dinosaurs called theropods.
Like Deinonychus.
The history of dinosaurs like a family tree. The first
Wait, we already watched this. I've got this link twice in here? I'm sorry about that. We already saw this with John Ostrom and everything. Yeah. Well, let me pull up another video for you. Don't want to waste your time. There we go. Here we are. This is the one I was looking for. Kapow.
Means the feather aerodynamically is optimally designed. There's no reason for Archaeopteryx to have a feather like that unless it flew. I wouldn't want to say Archaeopteryx is definitely an ancestor of all modern birds.
And this is from Dinosaur, The Tale of a Feather. Hosted by Walter Cronkite, legendary American newsman. Legendary journalist Walter Cronkite, news anchor. You'll probably see him showing up in person in just a minute.
We've got.
Yeah.
I like to think of it as almost a snap.
There's John Ostrom right there, discoverer of Deinonychus, describer of Deinonychus. But we want to know the colors. Just imagine, says David Delone. Well, that's the thing, David. We actually do know the colors of Archaeopteryx. So Archaeopteryx. There we go. Wait, what? That's not what I'm looking for. Specimens of Archaeopteryx. Archaeopteryx. There we go. Yeah. Coloration. In 2011, graduate student Ryan Carney and colleagues performed the first color study on an Archaeopteryx specimen. Using scanning electron microscopy, SEM technology, and energy dispersive X-ray analysis, the team was able to detect the structure of melanosomes, color cells, in the isolated feather specimen described in 1861. The resultant measurements were then compared to those of 87 modern bird species, and the original color was calculated with a 95% likelihood to be black. The feather was determined to be black throughout, with heavier pigmentation in the distal tip. The feather studied was most probably a dorsal covert, which would have partially covered the primary feathers on the wings. So the study does not mean that an Archaeopteryx was entirely black, but suggests that it had some black coloration, which included the coverts. So here is an illustration that was done taking some of this information into account. Very cool. Yeah. Carney pointed out this is consistent with what we know of modern flight characteristics, and that black melanosomes have structural properties that strengthen the feathers for flight. Really, really neat. Yeah. Very cool. A 2020 study published in Scientific Reports demonstrated the isolated covert feather was entirely matte black, as opposed to black and white, or iridescent, and that the remaining plumage patterns in Archaeopteryx remain unknown. So we know one of its feathers was black. Maybe that means the whole animal was black, like a crow, but we really don't know. Upstairs down says, so Archaeopteryx was a goth. Yeah, goth, emo, or maybe just, black goes with everything. Maybe just fashion forward in that sense, So yeah. Yeah, very, very cool that we're able to figure this stuff out. Yeah. And Double X Sturds Melks says, is my Ankylosaurus, favorite dinosaur, a relative of birds? It's not. Mel, it's that's from entirely the opposite side of the dinosaur family tree. Let me show you. Yeah. Here we go. Let me pull that up. Where's Tom Holtz had a good one here. Where is that? Dinosaur phylogeny. This is the one we're looking for. Beautiful. That'll work. Very nice. Let's go ahead and annotate this, shall we? Oh, excuse me. Here we go. So this is what we call a phylogeny. Let's make that blue so we can see it properly. A phylogeny, which is just a fancy word for an evolutionary family tree. Dinosaurs start off right here. Everything you see from this point on is a dinosaur, including Archaeopteryx and birds, aves. Those are dinosaurs. And so your Ankylosaurus is up here. Birds are down here. So to get to Ankylosaurs, you go off of the basal dinosaur ancestor up to Ornithischia, up to Thyreophora, the armored dinosaurs. You take a right at Stegosauria, and you end up with Ankylosauria right there. And your Ankylosaurs. So birds, by contrast, gotta go down here. And get to birds. So ankylosaurs are pretty... You know, as dinosaurs, they're still related to birds, but ankylosaurs in particular are about as far from birds as you can get on the dinosaur family tree. Yeah, they're on totally the opposite end. So yeah. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. But Mel, Ankylosaurus is a remarkable dinosaur, and let me show you the most beautiful Ankylosaurus representation I think I've ever seen. Yeah. From it's actually from a video game called Saurian. And this, I've dug up some bits and pieces of Ankylosaurus before in the Hell Creek Formation of eastern and central Montana. This is maybe the best representation of this particular dinosaur, Ankylosaurus, I've ever seen anywhere. I love the coloration on it. The armor patterning is exactly as it should be, according to our latest information on these animals. Victoria Arbor published a paper on the armor of these critters just a few years ago, and this took that into account. But I love the almost Gila monster-like, you know, the venomous lizard-like coloration on the armor plates, being like, look at this warning coloration on the tail club and on the armor scutes. Those osteoderms saying, hey, stay away. Don't mess with me. I will mess you up. Stay away. Very cool. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And it's not anywhere closely related to turtles. No, it's a dinosaur. Yeah. So turtles are... This is... In the grand scheme of things, this is closer to birds than it is to turtles. But yeah. Yeah. No touchy, says Jody Fitch. Yes, indeed. No touchy, indeed. Look at those warning color patterns. Be aware, be advised, stay away. Yeah. Didn't have webbed feet? No. I mean, not... It's just got short toes. That's why they look like they're webbed. They're not actually webbed. Yeah. But yeah. And Triceratops asks, is it more correct to say that birds are the last living descendants of dinosaurs, technically speaking? They're the only living descendants of dinosaurs, Triceratops. There's no more living descendants of dinosaurs. Birds are the only ones. Only living descendants. The only extant living dinosaurs. I say that because that's what I heard on an episode of Cosmos: A Spacetime Odyssey called The Electric Boy. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, birds are the only dinosaurs that we still have. Everybody else died. So again, going back to our phylogeny here. Let's annotate this again, I suppose. Do it in blue to stand out. There we go. So Dinosauria. Oop, blue. I said blue. Dinosauria here. Every creature that you see on here is a dinosaur. They're all dinosaurs. Dinosaurs, 100%. But here's the thing. There is a big rock from outer space that impacted Earth 66 million years ago. You've probably heard about this asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs and paved the way for us mammals. Unfortunately, all of the non-avian dinosaurs were completely wiped out by this asteroid. They all bought the form. They all died out. Except, of course, for our modern birds. Birds are the only group of dinosaurs that survived the asteroid impact. So strictly speaking, dinosaurs never went extinct. We still have birds today. birds evolved from theropod dinosaurs. And there, you've got birds that evolved from dinosaurs. And they're still around, where everybody else died. Birds, being the smallest of all dinosaurs, actually survived. It turns out, for whatever reason, at the end of the Cretaceous period when the asteroid hit, it was the small who lived. It was the meek who inherited the Earth. Really and truly, you know? So yeah. Yeah. And David Delone says, alligators. Alligators are not dinosaurs. They're crocodilians. They're kind of like distant cousins to the dinosaurs. And they also survived. It's true. They were around before, and they're still around. But they're not dinosaurs. If that makes sense. Think of them as cousins to the dinosaurs. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And Sheriff Whiskey has got a great question. They want to know, was there any way to determine whether any prehistoric creatures had poisonous properties like those colorful tree frogs? That's a wonderful question, Sheriff Whiskey. And I'm glad you asked it. And this is one of those classic questions about paleontology. Like, if we only have the bones of these animals, or maybe if we're super lucky, we get preserved skin or feathers. Or even if we're extraordinarily lucky, preserved internal organs. I don't know of any way to test whether any of that stuff would have been poisonous. So I think that's currently... we don't know yet. Yeah. There's no real way to test for that yet that I'm aware of. Were there poisonous dinosaurs? It's a tough question. We don't really have a way to test for that yet. There are some poisonous birds today, and there are certainly venomous reptiles. And probably poisonous reptiles, too. But, yeah. Yeah. That's a tricky one. The fossil record doesn't always give us those clues. You know? We're lucky to have fossils of any of these critters at all. So, we can't be too upset that we're lacking that kind of evidence, you know? So, yeah. Yeah. David Delune says, modern reptiles have zero association with dinosaurs? I mean, they didn't evolve from dinosaurs, no. I mean, to go back to here, the only modern reptiles that we still have around today that were dinosaurs are birds. Birds, strictly speaking, are a kind of reptile. Because birds evolved from a dinosaur ancestor. And dinosaurs are reptiles, so any descendants of dinosaurs would be reptiles too. So birds, and I want to emphasize this, birds are reptiles. There you go. Because birds are dinosaurs, you know? Toys R Us, birds are reptiles. Don't just ask me, ask any evolutionary biologist, ask any paleontologist, ask any ornithologist, you know, bird scientist, they'll tell you the same thing. So yeah, strictly speaking, birds are reptiles, Scout. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty cool, right? And it totally runs counter to this, like, this regimented classification system that we all learned in 3rd grade, right? Or sometime early on in school. You know, well, birds are birds because they have feathers. And reptiles have scaly skin, and that's why they're reptiles, and they lay eggs. Birds also lay eggs, but they're not reptiles because they have feathers. Well, it turns out a lot of dinosaurs had feathers. Dinosaurs are the missing link between birds and reptiles. And they show that birds evolved from dinosaurs and the birds, so birds are reptiles. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. The Scout says, you've turned my world upside down? The next time you look at a bird, you know... Well, shoot, let me show you this. This is perfectly in in theme for what we're talking about today, actually. Talking about Deinonychus today. Check this out. Yeah. This is from that old Zoo Books Dinosaurs article. Dinosaurs issue. But here is a little scaly dinosaur. Honestly, this critter should have some kind of proto-feathering here. A little dromaeosaur or troodontid type dinosaur. Small dinosaur. Let's see it chasing that dragonfly there. And here it is.
Appreciation and gratitude. Thank you very much for the 100 bits.
And thank you, Carbon-Based Dude, for those 100 bits. I appreciate you. Help us catch this dragonfly here. Thank you, Carbon-Based Dude. Yeah. There's Archaeopteryx right there. And there's a modern blue jay. I remember this. I love sharing this because this is my first introduction to this idea when I was a kid, that birds evolved from dinosaurs. And it was earth-shattering to me. So if I ever meet John Sibic, paleo artist, I will shake his hand and I will say thank you very much for making this illustration. It changed my life, you know? This is from, when was this published? Zoo Books Dinosaurs, back in, let's see. Oh shoot, look, there we go. What's that name right there, everybody? John H. Ostrom, PhD. One of the scientific consultants on this. John Ostrom is the discoverer and, oh, no. No! No! They spelled his name wrong! What a shame! It's Ostrom with an O. Not Ostram. Ostrom. Ostrom. Oh, boy. Did they do that in the paperback version, too? No. Here's my old paperback version. And, oh, they don't even have it. They don't even have an attributions page. Well, let's see. On the back, maybe? Art director Mark Hallett did the art. Did I say John Sibic? I meant Mark Hallett. I'm sorry, Mark Hallett. Shoot. There, they spelled his name correctly in the... There we go. See, that is what we want to see. With an O. Not an A. John Ostrom. Anyway. Yeah. This is that original copy. From when I was a kid. And it's very beat up. But, yeah, this was a hand-me-down from, my, like, second or third cousins who had this when they were children. So this is honestly, like, this was ahead of its time, but I got it fairly late. But yeah, it has been loved indeed, and hole-punched, as you can see there. This was in a 3-ring binder at one point. So yeah, so Zoo Books got it right. But for whatever reason, when they did a hard copy version, they got it wrong. Ostram. What's up with that? That's nuts. Ah, how embarrassing. Shame, shame. But anyway. Yeah. Anyway. And Claire Burr says, I gotta dig up my series of zoo books on life history and send it to you. You don't have to do that, Claire Burr. You keep those for yourself. Be a good reference. Yeah, shoot. But yeah, and this one, what is that, Claire Burr? Prehistoric zoo books? Wait, what? I'm not familiar with these, Claire. What is that? Anyway, we gotta get back to Deinonychus here. We're talking about this critter. Here is John Ostrom himself, who brought Archaeopteryx, well, partly Archaeopteryx, mostly Deinonychus to light. Let's talk about John Ostrom. And I do not study Hesperornithines or enantiornithine birds. Mochi, bunnies, Tusaurus. But I have some colleagues who definitely do, yeah. Yeah. And that bird looks bitey. That bird's got teeth, Pimp Cat. This is Archaeopteryx right here. See those teeth? Yeah. I've definitely, I've illustrated some of those critters. Mochi, bunny, Tusaurus. Yeah. Here, let me show you. There we go. Yeah. Tracing the evolution of bird reproduction. Here's a really simple, almost embarrassingly simple illustration that I did for one of Dave Verricchio and Frankie Jackson's publications on the evolution of theropod nesting. And there's some enantiornithine birds right there that I illustrated. But yeah, I've never dug up a Hesperornithine or an enantiornithine specimen. So yeah. Anyway, we got to get back to our video here, to this bitey bird. Let's continue.
To that lineage.
I like to think of it as almost a snapshot in time, because evolutionary change in the act of changing.
John Ostrom.
Yeah. In the act, Archaeopteryx is got to be the nearest we've got to.
There's David Norman.
Is effectively an evolutionary missing link.
David Norman wrote this book.
Very, very close to the borderline between.
It's one that we bring out all the time. It's a David Norman book.
One of the earliest known birds. Archaeopteryx is the nearest we'll ever get to catching evolution in the act.
Yeah. Do we have any Germans here in chat right now? Any Bavarians, perhaps? Because here is, here. Here, let's see here. Well, it looks like we have one person from Germany watching right now. Who might that be? Yeah. Let's see. But here we go. Germany plays a big role in our story here about the evolution of birds from dinosaurs, which also encompasses Deinonychus. Meanwhile, at Oktoberfest, and Kenzie Minx says, "It's me." Welcome, Kenzie Minx. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here.
The link between dinosaurs and birds, first established in Germany and developed by men like John Ostrom and Peter Bellhofer, is worth celebrating.
This makes me happy. There's John Ostrom there with the white hair.
Every day. But as they toast, other investigators are proposing even more radical ideas.
Yeah.
In America, some now suggest that the most fearsome meat eater of all time, T-Rex, is closely related to a bird.
Yep.
Bob, where do you stand on this bird-dinosaur link?
There's Walter Cronkite.
Well, I stand with Thomas Henry Huxley, who in 1860...
And Bob Bacher was one of John Ostrom's students and takes after him in many, many ideas, if not, honestly, most ideas. Anyway, yeah. Bob Bacher, a protege of John Ostrom. Many, if not most, of Bob Bacher's ideas that he ran with and helped establish, helped spread throughout. You know, he helped, like, bring these ideas to light in the eyes of the public. A lot of these ideas came direct from John Ostrom.
68 said that birds are the direct
Yeah.
of dinosaurs. What he pointed out, still true today, you look at a meat-eating dinosaur like Tyrannosaurus rex, and the hind foot looks like a bird's got 3 toes that face forwards, little toe in the back. Short.
This looks like a puppet.
Curved curved neck, short but strong front legs. The overall gestalt is like a bird. But now we have a lot more evidence. If you look at a bird head, this is an ostrich, and it's the eye socket there. And look at how the jaw attaches to the head. Well, it attaches right there. And there's a pair of grooves that are oblique. They go inwards and forwards, and lower jaw slides.
Yeah, what?
Slides. There's only...
It's kind of funny sometimes to watch stuff like this from the late 80s or early 1990s and be like, yeah, he's not wrong, but his method of getting to the conclusion is maybe kind of a roundabout way of doing it, you know? Speaking about grooves that have to do with how the jaw attaches to the skull, it's like the jaw is part of the skull. What are you talking about, Bacher?
Only one type of prehistoric animal that has a sliding jaw joint like that. Only one. That's the big meat-eating dinosaurs. So there's a detailed mechanical resemblance between a dinosaur and a bird. This gigantic jaw could slide backwards and forwards just like a four.
This is genuinely a puppet that they're using here. That's not stop motion animation. That's a puppet.
Most people think of birds as delicate, and Tyrannosaurus rex is rather big and crude. It's not true. Tyrannosaurus rex is incredibly closely related to birds. There's the T-Rex head. Giant, 5 feet long, and it looks massive. It looks real solid. But it's not. It's hollowed out. Nearly every bone of a Tyrannosaurus rex skull was penetrated by air ducts connecting to the lungs. Exactly as in a bird skull. Exactly. Down to fine details of where the nerves and blood vessels go. And these air ducts, Tyrannosaurus rex is a bird head. It's a bird brain and an airhead.
Yep. Yeah.
You take your ostrich, get a chicken, maybe you're a pigeon, cut the skull away, and you'll see a ductwork just like that. So whether you're talking about overall...
And do mammals have a sliding jaw joint? I'm sure certain mammals do have that and certain mammals don't. That's probably not a true synapomorphy, Triceratops. That's why, you know, when somebody type in ! turkey, but when I put together my infographic for the anatomical characteristics that birds inherited from dinosaurs, yeah, that's not one of the ones that I included because it just didn't seem all that relevant, you know? So here's a bunch of different anatomical characteristics that birds, like our turkey, Meleagris gallopavo, inherited from their dinosaur ancestors. Here's a velociraptor, mongoliensis, right here. Velociraptor is not the direct ancestor of birds, but it's closely related to the direct ancestor. Yeah, that's not one of the elements that I included there because, I don't know, that's not really one of our standard ones. It's kind of weird that Bacher would bring that up. And why did dinosaurs have bones way before flight? Because their ancestors had bones. What do you mean, Mochi Bunny? Yeah, I don't know. Fish had bones hundreds of millions of years before the evolution of dinosaurs. Oh, maybe hollow bones. Hollow bones. Okay, thank you, Rathing and Delta Deloin. Well, hollow bones are more lightweight. They're more efficient. If you're going to be a fast-running animal, it makes sense to have hollow bones. And dinosaurs had hollow bones, especially theropod and sauropod dinosaurs had hollow bones, because those bones actually hooked up to the respiratory system. They hooked up to the lungs of these animals. And we looked at this, was it yesterday or the day before?
Though it may not seem like much, 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science. Our treat here on Twitch.
What's up, Danny?
Hey, Joshua Sweet. I appreciate your creative spelling and your 500 bits. Thank you for your support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Holy moly. Yeah. Hey, we were talking about this yesterday or the day before? I don't remember. It was recently. Some research by... Oh boy. Come on, Google. This is not what I'm looking for. There we go. This is research by one of my colleagues, Carrie Woodruff, who's an expert on long-necked, four-legged dinosaurs, sauropods. And these critters had hollow bones in their necks, just like their meat-eating, two-legged counterparts did, the theropods, ancestors of birds. So look at this right here. Every part of this dinosaur that you see in blue is shot through with pneumaticity, with hollows for the respiratory system. All the blue that you see here is all hooked up to the lungs and the air sacs in the animal's torso. These animals were all full of air. Sauropod dinosaurs like this, and theropod dinosaurs, your two-legged meat eaters like Coelophysis, like Deinonychus, like Tyrannosaurus. All full of air like this. It helps you get really, really big if you're not super heavy. The more dense you are, the harder it is for you to support your body weight on land, to move around, to carry out all of your life processes. If you're lightweight, that's a boon for you. Holy cow. Makes your life a lot easier. These animals had that. And theropod dinosaurs were the same way. You know, look at all that blue. All of that is air. It's pretty cool. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. Oh, and Mochi says wishbones before flight. Oh, it's to brace the forelimbs. To make the forelimbs stronger. And, because, you know, we've got, you look at your collarbones. Feel your collarbones right here, your clavicles. So as humans, we've got collarbones, and those are nice, you know, anchor points for muscles, but they're not fused together. That's what a wishbone is. It's the collarbones that are fused clavicles. Like, again, here's our T-Rex wishbone right here that I showed earlier. This would sit in the middle of the chest of a T-Rex, and there are various muscles that will attach to this. And the fact that it's fused in the middle just makes it a little bit more rigid, a little bit stronger. This is something that even some of the earliest theropod dinosaurs had. Shoot, probably, I don't know. Coelophysis had this, like a full 220 million years ago, back in the Carnian stage of the late Triassic period. It seems to be like a synapomorphy for theropods. That's something that these critters had from the origins of theropoda. They all had wishbones, which is really cool. So yeah. So it's just a good thing to have if you're going to be using your arms for manipulating objects, catching prey, doing stuff like this, and later it would be exapted, as we would say, for flight. That's the story of bird evolution, is that there are all of these cool features that birds inherited as like hand-me-downs from their dinosaur ancestors. Their hollow bones, their ankle structure, the orientation of their hips, their S-shaped neck, their wishbones, their feathers. These are all things that birds just kind of inherited. Those are hand-me-downs from their dinosaur ancestors. Birds got really lucky, and that when the time came to evolve flight, they were set. Dinosaurs, their dinosaur ancestors gave them everything that they needed there. You know, flight has only ever evolved on planet Earth, as far as we can tell, 4 times. The first time was insects. The second time was pterosaurs. The third time was dinosaurs, birds. And the fourth time was bats. 4 times. Flight has only ever evolved 4 times. It's pretty rare, because you've got to have all your ducks in a row before that sort of a complex, super energy intensive, very specialized kind of behavior can evolve. It's only happened 4 times. And, you know, 3.5 billion years of life on Earth, flight has evolved precisely 4 times. And that's it. It's pretty special. Yeah. So yeah, and they inherited their warm-bloodedness too. Exactly, Mochi Bunny. Exactly. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Humans match none of this. We are such losers. We are prey. Well, humans, we've evolved all kinds of other weird adaptations to get by, and we're doing just fine. In fact, well, we're doing fine for now. We might end up driving ourselves into extinction through carbon emissions and, could be a quick death from global warming and carbon emissions, or it could be an even quicker death through nuclear weapons. Who knows? But we humans might have, our days might be numbered on this planet, And we will just be another failed experiment in the history of life on Earth. Just a footnote, Dinosaurs were around for 170 million years. Humans have been around for what? Less than 2 million years? 1/90th of the amount of time that dinosaurs were around? It's up to us. If we can figure out how to live in harmony with each other and with our natural environment and not continue to screw things up, wreck the climate, and, at the rate that we're going, we're going to be causing some major famines. And we're going to eliminate our own food supply, and we're going to be goners if we don't do something quick about global warming. Holy cow. Are we going to be toast if we don't do something about this soon? And the clock is ticking, seriously, clock is ticking. Take it from a paleontologist. Mass extinctions can come on fast if you mess things up as fast as we're doing it right now. So, oh boy. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, and Heptacularaptor says some spiders use their silk to fly. It's called ballooning. Again, that's ballooning. It's not powered flight. We're talking about actual powered flight, generating thrust through the motion of bodily appendages, like insects, pterosaurs, bats, and birds do, So yeah, it's not the same. Yeah, but you're right, Heptacularaptor. It is really cool. I remember my old crew chief Denver Fowler talking about this. He saw it in an old Attenborough documentary or something like that about spiders, creating these like sails or balloons that the wind would catch, and it would transport them across great distances. Like apparently, I'm just guessing here, they could probably go across the English Channel with these. And Denver was laughing about this, and he's like, "Oh yes, the spiders can do this, and then they'll go land in a child's hair." And he thought that was so funny, and I thought it was so funny because it's objectively funny. But yeah. And Snowfall says, do bats have an analog to a wishbone to help them achieve powered flight? I think they have special anchored sternum and clavicles, but I'm not entirely sure. Here, let's take a look at a bat skeleton. Because I don't know. I bet you they've got some kind of special structure going on, or... No, shoot, they don't? I guess their special structure is all of their ribs. So all of their ribs just join up right here into like a solid cage, I guess? I don't know. I don't work on bats. I don't know enough about bats to really talk about this with any degree of authority. So, excuse my inexpertise when it comes to these Johnny-come-lately flying mammals. Bats have only been flying around for what, like 50 million years? Dinosaurs have been flying for like 100 million years longer than that. And insects and pterosaurs even longer. But yeah, I think basically their ribs kind of fuse up at the bottom along their sternum. I bet you that's the deal that they've got going there. But bats, unlike birds, bats are They don't have the specialized respiratory system that birds inherited from their theropod ancestors. Birds aren't as good at breathing as bats are, so they can't fly nearly as high or for nearly as long. You don't have any bats that migrate from one side of the planet to the other like birds do. You've got birds that fly from northern Canada, like up in the Yukon, all the way down to the southern tip of South America. And they do that every year. There's no bats that do that. They just can't. They've got a feeble, mammalian body. They just can't muster that, In the same way that I can't fly from Canada to the southern tip of Chile. The bats can't do that either. Us feeble mammals. Yeah. There's a million things like that. We're not going to go into detail. I got to get back to Deinonychus here. So, yeah. But anyway. Yeah. And Ornis, I think you're right, Ornis. Ornis is, if I remember right, bats have huge back muscles. Yeah, they're deltoids, and their trapezius muscles must be extraordinary. Whereas birds have those muscles around their breast. Yeah. So, anchored to their furcula, their wishbone, and to their big sternum right there in the front. Huge breast muscles. They don't have much going on in the back. So yeah, I think you're right, and that bats have got big old back muscles. It's just a different, they come from different ancestors, so they're going to have a different way of doing the same kind of a job. It's convergence rather than homology in that sense, Yeah. So I think you're absolutely right, Ornis. Yeah. And Moshi says, how come pterosaurs and birds lost their teeth, but bats haven't? Ooh. Great question, Mochi. I think it's because pterosaurs and birds both developed beaks. And bats have got a different strategy. Bats are mostly like hearing-based predators, whereas birds and pterosaurs, for the most part, are sight-based. They're chasing their prey actively. They're going after larger prey items. Bats are going after little insects and moths and gnats and midges and no-see-ums, mosquitoes. Bats are tackling smaller prey. They don't require a beak. I bet you bats probably do have a reduced number of teeth as compared to other mammals. I bet you the dental formula for bats is probably different from, say, their closest living relatives. They probably have a reduced number of teeth, but they still have teeth. They haven't developed a beak like birds or pterosaurs did. So yeah, the answer's in the beak. You're called chickens of the cave. There you go, Reverend of Twitch. Yeah. And the Permian extinction, Triceratops, oh boy. We're currently repeating what happened with the Permian extinction right now, except we're doing it to ourselves, like, on purpose. So it's more scary than you realize, Triceratops. Holy cow. One of these days we'll do a special stream on the Permian extinction and how we're currently repeating that right now as human beings. Or rather, it's not all of humanity that's doing this. Let's be honest. It's oil company executives who are doing this to the rest of us. Causing another Permian extinction, and who knows whether we'll make it out of this alive as a species. But, yeah. Let's hope they all enjoy, having a 5th vacation home or a 3rd yacht. Because we're all going to be paying for that with our lives. So, anywho. Yeah. Oh, let's get back to Deinonychus here.
All resemblance or detailed plumbing. Birds are dinosaurs, and your parakeet is a close cousin of Tyrannosaurus rex?
Yeah.
Well, now in the detective work, to get to this theory, which sounds perfectly plausible to me, but to get to that, from the middle of the 19th century, what's new? What has been added in the number of clues that bring you to the conclusion now that seems so definite?
Well, by 1870, they knew that some sort of dinosaur was the direct ancestor of birds. They really had a good case. They also knew it was probably a meat-eating dinosaur.
Yep.
They didn't know which of the many meat-eating dinosaurs was closest to birds. What we've added in the last couple of years is it's very advanced, air-conditioned meat-eaters like Tyrannosaurus or the little Troodon. Those are the guys who are very, very, very...
He's talking about Troodon. I like how the closed caption says, was it?
Meat-eaters like Tyrannosaurus or the little Troodon.
Or the Troy, though, is how closed captioning got it. We can excuse our Tradoon lady for getting it wrong, because closed caption clearly gets that wrong, too. Troodon. Yeah.
Air-conditioned meat-eaters like Tyrannosaurus or the little Troodon. Those are the guys who are very, very, very close.
But so really, in all these years that we've been talking about the extinct dinosaur, we've just been wrong.
That's right. Dinosaurs aren't extinct. You can think of Tyrannosaurus Rex as the 8,000-pound roadrunner from hell.
And what are these wonderful, goofy puppets they have here? Oh, boy.
Dinosaurs have their own evolutionary tales to tell. So, too, do the plant eaters. Living alongside Archaeopteryx, there were the giant dinosaurs like Diplodocus and Brachiosaurus. These were the first creatures ever to feed upon tall trees. To do this, they had to evolve extremely long necks.
Anyway, we're not going to get into that now. We're talking about Deinonychus here in the origin of birds and the dinosaur renaissance. Let's do that. Yeah. Let's talk about these critters. Get rid of these tabs here. And that there. Yeah. Now I'm going to introduce you to, children of the 1990s and perhaps early 2000s. Might remember this series here. It originally premiered on TLC, which back then was called The Learning Channel. It wasn't all about Real Housewives of Bakersfield and, my 1,600-pound wife or anything. It was all about, learning, presumably. This is a series called Paleo World that some of you might remember. And it's good stuff. It's a little bit goofy, but it's going to feature Deinonychus pretty heavily here. Let's get into it. A little dramatic, too.
For the crime of terror, dinosaurs take the rap.
A little bit dramatic. Sorry, it's going to be very dramatic. But, yeah.
For the crime of terror, dinosaurs take the rap. But when it comes to viciousness, one outstrips all the others.
Deinonychus. Oh, that's Allosaurus. Why are they showing Allosaurus?
Hollywood superstars. But for the dinosaur detectives,
oh boy,
prime suspects in murders committed over 100 million years ago.
Good stuff. Yeah. The History Channel, yeah. Ghost swamp truckers and ancient Bigfoot aliens. History Channel. Anyway. Paleo World. Man, when I was but a wee child, this theme song would make my heart swell with inspiration. Holy cow. This was what it was about. As, as a young child growing up in the San Francisco Bay Area, I'd never met a paleontologist before. I dreamed of being on a show like this. Paleo World, this theme song, holy cow. Yeah. Takes me back. Oh my goodness. Killer raptors. Oh boy.
In the mid.
So this first premiered, I'm gonna guess 1995 or later, probably. Certainly after Jurassic Park, because that's the thing, is that anytime you hear the word raptor in reference to a dinosaur that's not a hawk or an eagle or a bird of prey, anytime you hear the word raptor in reference to a dinosaur, you can tell that that came after Jurassic Park, because Jurassic Park, the novel and the movie, are what introduced that term raptor to the dinosaur-loving public. Those are Jurassic Park creations right there. Nobody referred to dromaeosaurs or any other kind of theropod dinosaurs as raptors before Jurassic Park, you know? We had Velociraptor, of course, described back in 1924 by Henry Fairfield Osborn, but it was an obscure dinosaur. Nobody in the general public really knew about it. It was not a popular dinosaur. Nobody referred to this group of you know, ground-running theropod dinosaurs as raptors until Michael Crichton came up with that term in his novel Jurassic Park in 1990. And Steven Spielberg used it in his movie Jurassic Park in 1993. So yeah. Anyway.
Day heat. A herd of plant-eating dinosaurs graze.
Thank you, John May.
1/3 larger than an
You sleep
elephant.
well.
A Tenontosaurus feasts on the succulent vegetation.
Tenontosaurus.
Oblivious to the mortal danger it faces. A few feet away, a killer watches and waits for the right
Killer
moment
puppet.
to attack.
I love it.
Seconds later, it strikes in a frenzy of slashing teeth and claws. Though the victim is 4 times larger in size, it's brought down
Let's
with
protect our
ease
fossils,
and violently.
because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Sir Golden, thank you for the tier 1 sub right there, Sir Golden. Thank you. And welcome to the community here. Thank you for that pledge of ongoing support. I appreciate that tremendously. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for, wrong button. Thank you for supporting our mission of science outreach here. I appreciate that more than you know. It's because of generous supporters like you that this broadcast is possible. So thank you for that. Holy cow. Appreciate you, Sir Golden. Holy cow. Heart to you too. Thank you. All right. Back to the savage violence. Let's continue.
The victim is 4 times larger in size.
Oh no.
Down with ease and violently stabbed to death. In minutes, the
Banked.
victim will be dismembered. The remains of the victim lay undiscovered for over 100 million years, until dinosaur detective Des Maxwell of New York's College of Osteopathic Medicine came across this killing while he was fossil hunting near Billings, Montana. Today, he's returned to the scene of the crime, a remote spot near Blue Water Creek, to find evidence that may have been overlooked.
This is where we...
It's so corny. But police line, do not cross. Oh no. Homicide that took place 100 million years ago. Oh boy. It's so goofy.
This is where we find the complete Tenontosaurus. It was a subadult. We know that it's about 14 feet long. Fully grown Tenontosaurus is about 23 feet long. And the unusual thing is the
You better believe that if Law and Order SVU or Law and Order the television show had premiered before this, they'd be using the same dun-dun, you know, sound effect there. You know what I mean, everybody. Yeah. Here we go. You know exactly what I mean here. You bet your boots they'd be using that here. Yeah.
This is where we find the complete Tenontosaurus. It was a subadult. We know that it's about 14 feet long. Fully grown Tenontosaurus is about 23 feet long. And the unusual thing with the skeleton was that while we were digging it up, we noticed amongst the skeleton, around the hind limbs, parts of which were missing, that we had these teeth that are obviously meat eaters. They don't belong to Tenontosaurus.
These sharp teeth are very different to those of Tenontosaurus, which have ridges on the front and are flat on the back, ideal for chewing and grinding.
You contrast this with this tooth, which is obviously very pointed and sharp and has little serrations on each side. It's just like a steak knife. It's for slicing through flesh.
Oh boy. Chewing, grinding, or lawn mowing? Yeah, maybe weed whacking, Jody Fish. Yeah.
Maxwell had what looked like the murder weapon and the remains of a dead body. But would the evidence hold up? Or was it circumstantial?
We'll see.
Soon, he learned that dinosaur hunters from Yale University had seen the same pattern many times before. Big bones and small teeth.
This killer has struck before.
Known as the Shrine, is where a team led by renowned paleontologist John Ostrom.
Yes, indeed. Where's our sound effect? John Ostrom. Yeah, we've already encountered him several times in this broadcast. Discoverer and namer of Deinonychus. Yeah, it's the whole reason that we're, doing this on today's stream. So, holy cow. There we go. John Ostrom, pictured right here, first described Deinonychus on February 25th, 1969, which is why we're having this special stream today. Deinonychus would change the way that we look at dinosaurs forever. So yeah. Hang on a second here. There we go.
Uncovered another Tenontosaurus way back in 1964.
Yeah.
I was being shown the sites that they had recorded in the previous.
There's the man himself.
We were on our way to look at the last locality on my agenda for that afternoon.
Mochi Bunny says, next week I'm on my way to see dinosaurs at the National History Museum in Tokyo. Very cool, Mochi Bunny Source. I wonder if you're going to see... You might see some dinosaurs that I personally dug up there, Mochi Bunny Saurus. Where was that? You might see Yoshi's Strike there. Let's see here. So here are some of my colleagues. There we go. In Kumamoto, Japan. I assume that's outside of Tokyo. But this Triceratops specimen right here is one that I personally helped excavate back in 2011. Yeah, and this is oh man, this is a beautiful skeletal mount here. This is a million times better than the one that we have at Museum of the Rockies. They really kind of, honestly... I'd be lying to you if I told you they didn't botch it. The one in Montana... Oh boy, yeah. Yeah, you know?
Look how they massacred my boy.
Yeah. This is awful. This one's a zillion times better here in here in Japan. Yeah, this is the same specimen, Yoshi Strike. But yeah, here is John Scannella, whom I used to work with in the field, and Lee Hall. Used to work with him in the field too. Not sure who this is, but I'm sure he's wonderful. That's not Yoshi himself, is it? Naoki Ikegami, Chief Curator of the Mifune Dinosaur Museum, and I guess in Mifune Prefecture, Japan. Anyway, you might not see this tomorrow, but anyway, somewhere in Japan is a dinosaur that I helped dig up. A cast of it, at least. So, yeah. So anyway, yeah. Very, very cool, Mochi Bunny Tusaurus. Good stuff. Yeah. Should have scratched paleontologist. I had not come up with that term at the time, Fall Machine. This was back in 2011. Yeah. And you wanted to go to the Fukui Prefectural Dinosaur Museum, but they were remodeling it, says Mochi Bunny. Oh, I'm sorry, but that reminds me of, let's see, let's go back to... March and February of 2020. Let's see if I can find some of these. Back when I was teaching full-time, I used to do these illustrations, these images every day of dinosaurs for my students. I taught early childhood education, and you know, kids were still learning how to read and write and everything, and they would write the day of the week and that kind of thing. And so normally a teacher would just write the day of the week there, and I started taking this over, and I started doing a different dinosaur for every day of the week. You know, a dinosaur that starts with M for Monday, T for Tuesday, W for Wednesday, and F for Friday. But there's not very many dinosaurs that start with F. Honestly, most of the dinosaurs that start with F are from Fukui Prefecture in Japan. But Fukui Prefecture, it starts with an F-U-K. And so Fukuisaurus right here, it honestly, it looks like a swear word. And so I had to find various creative ways of covering these up. Thank you, Clipper, for redeeming Fukuisaurus. We'll talk about that in a minute. But there's Fukuisaurus, there's Fukui Titan, Fukui Raptor, Fukui Venator. All of these dinosaurs start with Fukui. So I had to find various ways of, you know, oh shoot, here's another one. Here's Troodon. Yeah, I didn't have to cover that one up. But yeah, Troodon for Thursday. And then there goes Schmazonium. Yes, indeed. Yeah. But there's my Troodon right there. So I used to draw these on the whiteboard every day. And it was like every other Friday I had to come up with a new Japanese dinosaur, and oh boy. Yeah, and find a new way to obscure the yeah, Fabrosaurus, Falcarius, Ferrosaurus, but where's my other F dinosaurs for Friday? I've got some other ones. There is a whole collection. Where did they go? Where are they? Gotta be more. They've got to be up in March of 2020, right before COVID set in. Right before I had to start teaching remotely, and thus no more... Yeah, there we go. There's Fukui Venator right there. Fukui Venator starts with F, as does Friday. There you go. Ah, good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Fukui Venator may or may not be a dromaeosaurian like our Deinonychus today. So yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Good stuff. I had to become a virtuoso with dry erase markers. You know, learning about these critters and illustrating these critters. And there's my tree of life that I did in the background. Shoot, let me find you an image of that. Because, yeah, there we go. This is a project that I started with the kiddos. There we go. Teaching them about the evolution of life on Earth. You know, dinosaurs with birds as a branch coming off of dinosaurs. Reptiles, mammals, amphibians, fish, fungi, echinoderms, protostomes, plants, bacteria, and archaea. This was up on our wall in the classroom. And the plan was, we actually started doing this before the school had to shut down because of COVID. Where, if the kids would spot a living thing out in nature and they'd bring it to me, if they'd point it out or anything, we'd, like, take a picture, I'd look up a picture up online, and we'd print it out and we would staple it to our wall on our tree of life there. And it was a ton of fun. It was really, really wonderful. And just talking about the diversity of life on Earth, trying to get... Well, these kiddos were already very much in tune with nature. Man, the amount of dirt that they would swallow every day. It was a primarily outdoor ed kind of a class. But, yeah. Yeah, anyway. They were always on the lookout for new critters to observe so we could put them on our tree of life. But it was like a few weeks after I put this up on the wall that COVID-19 really came to U.S. shores, and we had to go remote with teaching. So I transferred it to, we did this online instead. And here, I wonder if I might still have it over here. Hey, hang on just a minute, actually. Let me grab this. I still have this here, yeah. Oh man, and it's been sitting here for so long that the rubber band has completely deteriorated. Look, it's been severed. It's rotted away. Look at that. Gah. They get a new rubber band. But here is the grand tree of life that when I went to teaching online over Zoom, this is what I had for the kids. And so they each had their own copy of this at home. I sent a packet to I emailed this to their parents so that they could print it out and they could put it together like a puzzle. And then every week, we had a series of new critters, some of which they would suggest. And those went here on our tree of life like this. And, this made me really, really happy. Because, I mean, holy cow, when I was a kid growing up, I didn't get this kind of education. Here in the United States, you know, like, students usually don't get to learn about evolution, common descent, homology until college. Here were preschoolers learning about this in preschool. And I feel like some of those kids are 100% going to grow up to be scientists. And I think I can be really proud of that, you know? So yeah. It was a ton of fun, and they all really, really enjoyed it. And, yeah, and their parents are very appreciative, too. It was pretty awesome. And I was lucky enough to be teaching kids who were just old enough to be able to, like, use scissors and glue sticks and stuff like that. We had the kids who were just on the cusp between preschool and kindergarten. And so they're at the perfect age for these kind of motor skills and for these kinds of concepts too. So yeah. It was a ton of fun. So yeah, it didn't work out in the classroom. COVID stepped in and made us change our plans, so I adapted that for, teaching over Zoom, and it worked beautifully. So yeah, and there's a few of these that maybe we didn't have a chance to do, or yeah, holy cow. Forgot about these. These are some of the critters that I don't know if we ever actually got a chance to do. I think we may have run out of time. But, weedy sea dragon, stag beetle, colossal squid. I tried to go hard with the invertebrates, because I'm a vertebrate guy, and I don't want to be a vertebrate chauvinist. Patagotitan, right here. I read this book to them. Titanosaur by Diego Paul. I read that to them. There's Tyrannosaurus, there's T-Rex right there. Yeah, Pachycephalosaurus. 7-gill shark, Stegosaurus. Smilodon, our state fossil. Yeah, that was a ton of fun. It really was. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. And we really appreciate you bringing it to Twitch, says Claire Burr. Well, thank you, Claire. If early childhood education skills have a lot of use, it's for sure here. Some subtle shade dished out by Claire Burr. No, that's lovely, Claire. You're right. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. But yeah. And Fall Machine says, so you had a bad education and turned out well. I didn't have a bad education. I actually had a really, really good education when it came to things like reading and writing. I had a superior education when it came to literary skills. Critical thinking, writing, reading, drama. Exquisite education, bar none. Science education. I had to get all of that on my own. That was all extracurricular. So yeah, someday, chat. Someday I'll tell you about this. But that's a story for another time. Yeah, and I did have temnospondyls in the pictures. Yes, indeed, Mochi Bunny. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Did I get a classical / trivium education? I don't even know what that means, Zevin, so I'm gonna say no. If I don't know what that means, it probably means I didn't get that kind of education. No. We'll one of these days, someday we'll talk about this stuff. But that day is not today. Anyway, let's get back into Deinonychus. Shall we? Here we go. Language focus. Didn't get that, Iacane. No. By the way, thank you, Iacane, for being here. Can we get a shout out for Iacane Powda. Iacane, I hope you're ready for the weekend. It's great to see you, Iacane. How's your week been? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. If anybody here likes chill, low-key music streams, make sure you go follow Iacane Powda right there. She's one of our moderators here, and she knows Twitch very, very well. Very Twitch-savvy individual. And a friend to me and Lordy and Ios. Huge friend. Stalwart friend of the Three's a Cowed. Three's a Cowed? Three cows? Three's a Crowd stream team. Go follow Iacane Powder. She also has 2 adorable dogs who show up on her streams. So go follow Iacane if you're not yet doing so. You've been lurking all stream, but found my window with trivium to interject. Iacane, you taught me a new word. I didn't realize that was like language-centered? Language-centric? Anyway, I had very, very good English teachers. Sometimes my science teachers were more, anti-science teachers. But again, that's a story for another time. So yeah, a 3-cow crowd. There you go. Schmazonium. Yes, indeed. Anyway, again, today on our channel, we're talking about Deinonychus. If this ever loads, come on now. You know, it almost kind of seems like Twitter is falling apart for some reason. Taking forever to load. But anyway, we're talking about Deinonychus on today's stream. This dinosaur that helped change our view of dinosaurs forever. And yeah, let's continue our video on it.
Laying on the ground.
And Amber Vix, you don't want to know. Holy cow.
The surface to recover the parts of 1 foot and several pieces of a hand. But they immediately recognized this creature was something new and very deadly.
Can something be very deadly? Deadly seems like a superfluous. It's like if you're dead, you know? It's like saying someone is very pregnant. It's like you're either pregnant or you're not. You're either dead or you're not. It's either deadly or it's not. Could it be very deadly? Deadly seems like a superlative. I don't know.
And very deadly.
Yeah.
Among the fossil bones, they found a lethal weapon. A claw, 3 inches long with a dagger-like tip. Did this claw belong to the killer? For the next 2 years, the Yale's Dinosaur detectives scoured the site for further clues. They suspected a violent struggle had taken place that killed the Tyrannosaurus, but also fatally wounded its mysterious dinosaur.
Dinosaur. Hogan says, if it's just regular deadly, you might die a little bit. Yeah, you know, when you go to the doctor and they're like, you know, this is going to hurt a little bit, you're going to die just a little bit, but you're not going to die all the way, you know? Yeah.
Along with its claws, they also found the jagged teeth of a predator.
There you go, Amber Vix. Yeah.
Now
Maybe Amber.
Prime suspect.
Yeah.
A small dinosaur, only about 10 or 11 feet in length and less than the height of a man.
Yep.
Like other meat eaters, it had a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth that could easily rip through flesh.
Does this skull look familiar to anybody? Where have we ever seen this skull before? I wonder where we've ever, you know, where we've ever seen this, this particular skull of this animal. Surely I've never seen it before, anywhere. It certainly couldn't be anywhere near me right now. And All Guns Ever says, a bit like saying they were killed to death. Yes, they were killed and murdered to death. All Guns Ever. Anyway. I'm sorry. I don't want to feel like I'm talking down to everybody here. like this is Dora the Dinosaur Explorer. I'd be like, can you find the Deinonychus? Where could it be? My goodness. ¿Cómo se dice Deinonychus? Se dice Deinonychus? ¿Dónde está? Anyway, that's a Deinonychus skull that we have here rotating on a, you know, it's always here. You know it.
Dinosaurs are kind of funny. I mean, you know.
They are. All guns ever, thank you for the follow. Beautiful timing there. That's exquisite. Really appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah.
The deadliest weapon and the biggest clue it left behind was the sickle-like claw on the inside toe of each foot.
Yeah, look at that.
It was this weapon that persuaded John Ostrom to christen the beast Deinonychus, meaning terrible claw.
Terrible claw.
The Dinosaur detectives had solid proof their suspect, Deinonychus, was at the scene when the victim was slaughtered.
Oh, boy. You don't want to hear my thoughts on the whole, like, true crime genre, but this is...
Maxwell still questions how a killer so small could overwhelm a victim so big. What happened that fateful day?
Ornis, I'll see you later, okay? Thanks for being here. Yeah.
With death. The discovery of Deinonychus alerted paleontologists that a new gang of vicious dinosaurs had once terrorized the countryside.
Dinosaurs?
Because of their claws, which resemble those on a bird of prey, they are called raptors. A possible murder weapon and a suspect with motive and opportunity, the Dinosaur detectives now call for backup.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Hogan says, the Deinonychus was interviewed and they admitted to slightly murdering the victim. Jody Fish, I don't know. The narrator's got some sort of, you know, like almost a mid-Atlantic kind of accent. I feel like an accent that's no longer extant. I feel like this is no longer around. Here, let's look at the credits real quick. Researcher, writer, film researcher, narrator, Ted Maynard, Maynard. Chat, do your thing. Look up this narrator right here. Figure out where they're from. What kind of accent is that? Holy cow. Ted Maynard. Yeah. Yeah.
Called for backup.
Big city police. Police cops. Laramie, Wyoming. Police cops.
One vital clue was still missing.
Laramie, David 5, turning around.
Yeah. With the thin, clear line that separates law from justice, it's police cops.
Could a small raptor snuff out a large vegetarian dinosaur like Tynontosaurus? Bob Barker picks up the chase.
That's the thigh of Vegisaur, big clunky plant eater.
I really admire Bob Barker's enthusiasm. Oh boy, it's typical Barker. And Jody Fish says he's a native of New Hampshire. Really? I could kind of see that actually. New Hampshire has a lot of dropped consonants, a lot of R's in particular that get dropped. I had to learn how to do a New Hampshire accent when I was in high school for a drama production that I did. had to do like an old-timey New Hampshire accent when I was the stage manager in the play Our Town. Not the stage manager who manages the stage. The stage manager is a character in the play Our Town who has the most lines. He or she, or they. But yeah, Paul Newman played the stage manager in Our Town at one point. Yeah. Here we go.
Most everyone's asleep. In Grover's Corners. There are a few lights on. Shorty Hawkins just watched the Albany train go by, and up at the livery, there's some boys up late talking. It's clearing up. There
It's
the stars
clearing up.
doing their old crisscross in the sky.
So when I learned how to do this, I was instructed to actually try and learn how to do a New Hampshire accent. I was challenged to basically go, I'm not as good an actor as Paul Newman, nor do I make salad dressing, which is 1/10 as good as Paul Newman's salad dressing. Dr. Paul Newman, esteemed salad dressing scientist. But, yep, Don, right, New Hampshire, Jody Fish, yep. When you're doing a New Hampshire accent, there's a certain, like a sing-songy kind of quality to it. I could do it a lot better back when I was studying for this role, but, yep. That's really the key to doing it, this has turned into something of a caricature, but yup. You in the affirmative, you say yup. As a stand-in for yes, you say yup, and then New Hampshire, Grover's Corners, and anyway, it's been a long time.
Scholars haven't settled the matter yet, but they seem to think that there are no living beings up there.
Yep, we think the same thing today. Although that'll all change when we find the first one. Anyway, so our narrator is from New Hampshire. Interesting. That explains a few things. Yep. Dinosaurs. They killed without remorse, and they'll do it again. They'll eat you, and they'll eat your family. They'll eat me. They'll eat everyone, and we'll deserve it. Yep. Darn right.
That could be a meal for a pack of raptors. Raptors were the martial arts specialists of the dinosaur. They could run, they could turn, powerful thighs, great calf muscles, and a quick ankle movement. It would.
Hogan says you'll be severely eaten. Yeah, not just a little bit. You'll be eaten 110%. Severely.
Raptor, but boy, it'd be great to be a raptor. Raptors were kickboxing dinosaurs, leaping, dancing. They could hit you with the front paw or back paw. A raptor is a Cretaceous Claude Van Damme.
A what? A bantam? Like a rooster?
The fastest two-legged animal in the world is the
Oh, boy.
Equipped with a powerful upper leg muscle, it can reach speeds up to 40 miles an hour. Raptors shared a similar design.
Wait, Van Damme? Like Jean-Claude Van Damme? The actor slash fighter. The really goofy guy? I'm sure just like what's his name? Well, shoot, any of these guys. Stallone or, what's the other one? Is it Van Damme? Anyway, he's really goofy now. They used to be formidable. Oh, no, shoot, who's the guy? Oh man, I really love being here in Russia. What's his name? Shoot, the guy who's He's a parody of his former self. Who am I thinking of? Seagal. Thank you. Thank you, Zank. And thank you, Claire Burr. Yes. Man, that's really funny. Oh, boy. I'm glad it's Friday. It's getting goofy here. But, Clint Eastwood too, Jody Fish, but he's more just sedentary. Although, shoot, Steven Seagal also, doesn't he... In every movie that he's in, he's, like, in a chair all the time now. I don't know if does he still have legs? He's like President Roosevelt. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Not Teddy Roosevelt. Anyway. Anyway, Zank, welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Good to have you here. Yeah. Stay classy. There you go, David. Yes, indeed. I feel like we had some sort of a segue here, and oh, yeah, here it is. Where is my alphabet of dinosaurs? I've got a lovely, lovely picture of Deinonychus here that helps kind of illustrate what we thought of this dinosaur back in the 1990s. And I'm trying to locate it at our present moment. And I may have misplaced it. It's not where it's supposed to be. Give me just a second here. Wonderful illustrations by Wayne D. Barlow, who is, I think, might also be pretty well known for like fantasy genre illustrations too, apart from illustrating this dinosaur book back in the 90s. Wayne D. Barlow, with an E at the end of Barlow. Looking for it. Found it. And right there, it's on the cover. This is Deinonychus. Right there on the cover of this book. An Alphabet of Dinosaurs. This is one of my students' very favorite books back when I was teaching full-time. And, yeah. It's got more than 27 different species of dinosaur because it features one per page, but sometimes there's more than one in each illustration. And there's Deinonychus right there on the cover. But, Baryonyx, Chasmosaurus, Deinonychus. And look at this incredibly dramatic painting right here. Just like something out of classical art. Holy cow. This was the kind of 1990s picture of our dinosaur today. Deinonychus. These animals are naked. They don't have feathers. Today we recognize these animals should have feathers all over their bodies. But back in the 90s, we didn't know that yet. Nobody had found fossilized dinosaur feathers, not until 1996. This book was published in a year before. 1995. There you go. So it was a year later, or possibly less than a year later, we realized these animals would actually have feathers all over their bodies. It's actually really funny. I didn't realize that it was only a year later. But, they are suspiciously pink. That's because they've been plucked. There you go, all guns ever, yeah. They've been plucked. Or maybe they had their feathers burned off by boiling lava. It all happened so fast in the 90s. Yeah, the go-go 90s, Claire Burr. You remember it. Of course, I don't remember it, you know? As all successful Twitch streamers are, you know, I'm of course only 21 years old. 21 and single, you know? As we're all required to be. I didn't make that joke up. I got that from Freckled Science. Can we get a shout out for Amanda, Freckled Science, real quick? She also does science here on Twitch. But anyway, she's a chemist. Yeah, there's our Deinonychus here. And our text by Peter Dodson says, Deinonychus used its sharp claws as weapons. Some scientists think it may have balanced on one foot and its tail while it attacked with the claws on its other foot, which we see right here. Balancing on one foot, attacking with the claws. Other scientists guess that Deinonychus may have leapt onto its victims with both claws extended, like we see right here. I like that Wayne D. Barlow kind of split the difference here. I don't know if the illustrations or the text came first. Surely the illustrations took a lot longer to make than the text did. Children's book. But yeah, this was kind of our picture of Deinonychus in the 1990s, and it was iconic enough that it made the cover of the book. There you go, for an alphabet of dinosaurs. Just an exquisite, exquisite painting. Deinonychus. Yeah. Leapt while doing the Van Damme splits. There you go, Hogan, yeah. Yeah. And isn't it great, Moohoodles? Good stuff. Good stuff. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, shall we get back into our video here? Let's do it.
Which gave them an awesome advantage over their prey.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Laramie police.
Tell us plant eaters, vegisaurs,
Police cops.
2 miles an hour. Meat-eating dinosaurs, raptors, cruise faster, up to 4 miles an hour. Now, top speed, sprint, for plant eaters would be 10 times their cruising speed. That's 20 miles an hour. Now give me 40. Raptors cruised at around 4. Top speed, 10 times that, 40 miles an hour. There was hardly any vegisaurs that could escape a raptor in a sprint.
And vegisaurs. Did Bob Barker get that phrase from Jurassic Park? He probably did. From Tim Murphy. Vegisaurus, Lex. Vegisaurus. Oh, Barker. Yeah.
But speed was not all a raptor had. A cheetah is the fastest four-legged animal alive. Like this big cat, a raptor also had the power to leap onto its victim's back. In addition to speed and power, a raptor could also turn on a dime. The secret to its agility was in its
the tail. Yeah. That tail you see
rods
here.
Along and overlapping the bones all the way to the tip. Its tail was designed for perfect balance.
Did it turn on a pressed penny? I don't know, Moosey Fate. Good question.
Stretched, it meant a raptor running at full tilt could change direction.
There you go, Hogan, yeah.
The Cretaceous cops were now getting to the bottom of their terrifying suspect.
Thank you, Detective. This is the Acme brand expandable baton, and it illustrates a point about a raptor's rear end. Namely, the tail was very long. When the muscles were relaxed, it was...
Acme brand, yeah. Meep, meep. Yeah. Snowfall. Acme brand, which means that it is guaranteed to backfire and end up causing the demise of any coyotes who happen to be using it. Yeah.
A point about a raptor's rear end, namely the tail was very long. When the muscles were relaxed, it was wiggly. But when the muscles around the hips contracted, it became a stiff rod, and now it could become an inertial rudder, the same sort of tool a gymnast would use in a floor exercise. You flip your rudder like that, your whole body goes. You flip it like this, your whole body goes. And if you jump and flip your tail in midair, your whole body turns. This is great for leaping and for kicking and for killing.
Yes.
And agility,
Good for balance.
Deinonychus now had the profile of a natural-born killer. The dinosaur detectives were closing in. Could this malicious band of pirouetting predators still get away with murder? Attention now turned to the weapon. It looked lethal enough, but could it kill?
Oh, the puppets.
Could outrun almost any creature alive, leap with its powerful hind legs, and pivot in midair was bad enough.
Moosey Fate says that's really cool. Honestly, never thought of feathers for turning. The feathers would be also very useful. Not just the tail, but the feathers too. Absolutely, yeah.
Raptor's real talent was in close combat. When Deinonychus finally caught up with its prey, it would grab onto it with its hands and then unleash its most powerful weapon, the terrible claw.
Yeah. There you go, Mayor's face, yeah.
Des Maxwell is extracting a raptor from a slab of rock found in Oklahoma. He hopes it will be the most complete specimen yet.
In this,
And it would be feathers on the end of the tail, Moosey Fate. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
part of the lower leg, the tibia and fibula, also part.
That's the funny thing, Moosey Fate, is they didn't know this at the time, that these animals had feathers all over their bodies. We know this today. So they'd be even better for changing direction. Yeah.
Pelvis exposed and a portion of the tail running back here. And we know that we have portions of the animal up in the front end because we've already collected portions of the hand and the shoulder girdle. Here's a claw from the hand.
Very nice.
The work is slow and painstaking, but he's already uncovered parts of the raptor's lower limb and foot.
I have 2 or 3 toe bones and a little claw here going into the dirt that I'm trying to uncover. But what I'm really looking for is the large claw. As we know, Deinonychus had that large sickle claw, and I got a cast of one here. And obviously I'd like to find that because, as we know, this is the claw that did all the damage.
This lethal claw sat on the end of a specially enlarged and incredibly flexible toe. The toe could be raised up and back, so when Deinonychus walked or ran, it was held in a sort of resting position.
Well, we can only imagine Deinonychus being really effective if it was actually on the Tyrannosaurus. There's such a size difference in the two. You would think that the Deinonychus would leap up and grab a hold of the prey animal and bring up its large claw.
Like a switchblade knife, the claw was fully retractable, but in the attack position, it swiveled downwards, penetrating the Tyrannosaurus's tough skin.
True.
So Deinonychus really had to get on and hold onto the animal and kick with this large claw to be effective.
Was it really doing much kicking, though?
A kickboxer with razor blades for toes, Deinonychus leapt into the air and grabbed its prey with its hands. Then it lashed out with its terrible claw, leaving a gaping wound in the belly of its victim. But the killer wasn't finished. The knee-jerk ripping and tearing continued until the animal was mutilated.
So gruesome, holy cow.
To the murder.
So now it's about the time that I should introduce you to kind of the current thinking about what these animals like Deinonychus were using their toe claws for. So long-time viewers of this channel will not be surprised to learn about this, but anybody who's not so long-time, have you got something exciting to learn right now? Holy cow. So this is a paper that came out in 2011 from my old crew chief, Denver Fowler. And Liz Friedman, who's now Liz Friedman Fowler, she actually married Denver Fowler. John Scannella, who's now curator of the Museum of the Rockies. Nice to do fieldwork with him. And I'm not sure who Robert Cambick is. I've never met him, but I'm sure he's great. The Predatory Ecology of Deinonychus and the Origin of Flapping in Birds. This is an exquisite paper. This is one of my favorite papers that's ever been published. And it helps to kind of uncover, sort out some of the mysteries surrounding these dinosaurs. So nowadays, we recognize that dinosaurs like Deinonychus had feathers all over their bodies. We recognize that these were feathered dinosaurs. They would have looked like big, weird, scary, ground-running birds, or maybe they would have been fairly cute like this. I don't know. But at any rate, you wouldn't want to get on their bad side or make them hungry, because they would eat you. Nightmare machines. But we recognize now that they had these long feathers that came off of their arms. Velociraptor has got quill knobs on its arms, on its ulna bones, that show that it had long flight feathers coming off of its arms. But Velociraptor, like Deinonychus, is a dinosaur that was too heavy to fly. These were not flying dinosaurs. So why in the world would a non-flying dinosaur have wings? Unless it turns out it might have something to do with those big sickle claws on the feet right there. In this really cool paper, Denver and colleagues come up with this idea, what they call raptor-prey restraint. So rather than trying to come up with speculative ideas, trying to basically guess how these animals may have used their claws, instead, Denver decided to look at modern relatives of these animals. At birds of prey. And I'm trying to find a decent video here talking about that. This might talk about that a little. Moth light media? This might be okay. Anyway, yeah. We're looking for the actual footage of birds doing this. Do we have any of that? Looks like we don't. That's a bust. Let's see. Prey mantling? Oh, good. Wikipedia, YouTube search is just garbage nowadays. How's it? In this paper here, I think in their supplementary information, they actually have some videos of this. But this is a behavior that we actually see in modern birds of prey, in hawks, in eagles, and other birds like that. Raptor prey mantling. Oh, come on, YouTube. I used to be able to find videos like this through... It's trying to show me all these unrelated videos here. Let's see. And... oh, here we go. Why do we have a warning here? Oh, this might be a little bit grisly. But here's a red-tailed hawk mantling its prey. So maybe if you are a little bit squeamish, like I tend to be sometimes, feel free to, if you feel like it, go off and use the restroom or something like that, or go check on your pets, or go for a walk around your apartment or something. But here is a modern bird of prey, a red-tailed hawk exhibiting this kind of behavior. Sinking its claws into one of its victims. and standing on top of it. So it turns out that hawks and eagles, their second claw out of all their toe claws is also very large, like Deinonychus or like Velociraptor, which was a clue for Denver and colleagues. So Denver decided to figure out what do they actually do with that hypertrophied claw, that big sickle claw that they have. Turns out that they sink that into their prey and they stand on top of it as they eat it alive. They also use their wings to kind of spread over it. If the prey is still alive and it's struggling, they'll actually flap their wings to stay on top of the prey. So yeah. Very cool stuff. And Moonrise Rabbit says, I actually saw a hawk do this to a woodpecker at my parents' bird feeder. It's amazing, right? I saw a golden eagle do this with a big snake once, one of the biggest rattlesnakes I've ever seen. It swooped down and caught this rattlesnake, and it was doing this until the snake stopped struggling, and then it flew off with it. It was really amazing. But it's called mantling. Eric is serene little cutie pie. Yes, indeed. Yeah. A little bit grisly. But yeah. I don't know why there's music in the background. I'm not playing that music. It must be in the original video. This looks like a young red-tailed hawk, by the way. Like very mottled feathers here. Might be a juvenile. But yeah. That's here in the paper. Yeah. So we've got videos here. Stability flapping in wild Eurasian sparrowhawk. Prey positioning in a wild European sparrowhawk. Etc. etc. Anyway, so the idea that these dinosaurs, like Dromaeosaurus, Deinonychus, and Velociraptor, Utahraptor too, were using their, we're using their claws and their wings for standing on top of their prey, pinning it down, and eating it alive. You know, this makes a lot of sense when you actually start to think about it, you know? Yeah, oof. And it's a behavior that we actually see in modern birds of prey. It's what they use their claws and their wings for. Why would, dromaeosaurs use their wings and their... Well, why would they have wings if they couldn't fly? Well, for flapping to stay on top of their prey as it struggles, as they're eating it alive. It makes a tremendous amount of sense. There's a peregrine falcon doing this to a poor duck right there. Oh, boy. Ugh. So, yeah. There's a velociraptor doing that to a little protoceratops. Yeah, really, really fascinating stuff. So anyway, here's some velociraptors attacking another protoceratops right there. Yeah. Do cassowaries do this? Cassowaries are not meat eaters, Hogan. At least they're not carnivorous primarily. So no, they don't. And they don't have big, thick wings like this. They don't really have flight feathers. So no, cassowaries don't do this. Yeah. But yeah, and Eric says, definitely saw red-tailed hawks do this to rats and squirrels at CSUN. There you go. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, and this actually, here. This takes us to a classic webcomic. If you've ever, if you're a fan of XKCD, you'll appreciate this. This is a webcomic that's actually based on this research. You'll see there's a citation here at the bottom. So I'll just give you a second to kind of drink that in. I love this so much. I'll read it to you. Shoot. So a woman comes by, seeing a little girl reading, and she goes, "What are you reading about?" The girl says, "Dinosaurs." And she goes, "Oh, yeah." The woman says, "They've gotten all weird since I was a kid. They used to be awesome, but now they all have dorky feathers, right?" And the girl says, "Yup." And the girl says, "Now, this says they now think raptors, dromaeosaurs, use their wings for stability, flapping to stay on top of their prey while hanging on with their hooked claws and eating it alive." The woman is silent. And she sits down and starts reading the books too. This makes me so happy. I really love this. Because to me, as a paleontologist, it's lovely to see my old crew chief and co-author, his work get cited like this in a webcomic. But also, it's also an affirmation that what we're working on, sort of things that we publish on dinosaur behavior, the new things that we're discovering about dinosaurs are far more interesting than the old stories about dinosaurs. This is so much more interesting than old, sluggish, cold-blooded dinosaurs, you know? So much cooler. That's one of the things that make dinosaurs so awesome is that, dinosaurs are real. We can study them. We can figure out what they actually looked like and how they lived. And pretty much without fail, almost without exception, the real information about dinosaurs is so much cooler than any fiction author could ever come up with. The reality of dinosaurs is a zillion times more interesting than anything fictional. So yeah, it's pretty awesome stuff, and it's such a privilege to be able to study these animals and share them with you, 5 days out of every week here on Paleontologizing. So yeah. Con Lesh, how are you doing? Welcome. Good stuff indeed, yeah. And Xander Jiggles, I totally agree. Xander Jiggles says, "I like the subtle message in the comic that it's also not only okay for science to change stances based on new information," that's what science does, "but it's awesome." Yes, indeed. I love this so much. I really, really do. So, yeah, really, really awesome stuff. So, yeah. And, with that said,
in 1964,
I wanted to show you this real quick, too, because this also gets into our discussion of Deinonychus today, and how it helped change our view of dinosaurs, getting into the changing nature of science, and how, in science, when we discover new information, we change our views according to that. That's what makes science go, is that when we find new information, we get rid of old, outmoded ideas. Ones that no longer fit with reality, Deinonychus is a beautiful example of that, and this video here from PBS Eons kind of highlights that. So let's get into it. Yeah. And there you go, Moosey Fate. Yes, indeed. Yeah.
A paleontologist named John Ostrom dug up some fascinating fossils from the mudstone of Montana. The fossils were of a slim, sleek dinosaur with sharp, curved claws on its feet and a long tail supported by tendons that allowed it to work like a rudder. From the evidence, Ostrom could tell that this new dinosaur was an active, agile predator. But that was totally at odds with the popular interpretations of dinosaurs at the time, which was that they were all slow, dumb, lumbering beasts. This revolutionary discovery was given the name Deinonychus, or Terrible Claw. And Ostrom's description of it set the stage for what's known today as the dinosaur renaissance.
Yes, indeed.
What we thought we knew about dinosaurs.
Yeah.
The questions that scientists revisited was whether dinosaurs were warm-blooded or cold-blooded. For decades, paleontologists have been studying this question like 6 ways from Sunday, attacking it from every angle. And so far, the answer seems to be they were both warm-blooded and cold-blooded. But also neither? And also, maybe that's not even the right question to ask, because the fact is, almost 50 years after the dinosaur...
Oh, terrible illustration there. Like, I hate when they get these, like, awful dog water stock images here. That's garbage. Ugh. But anyway, are we actually gonna talk much about Deinonychus here? Here we go. Let's get to this.
3 clawed fingers and a long bony tail.
Archaeopteryx.
Wrists were also distinctly theropod-like. The discovery of Archaeopteryx was the first indication that dinosaurs were more than oversized lizards. They also seemed to be active animals that might have been related to birds. But these ideas didn't really take hold until John Ostrom resurrected them in the 1970s, when he described Deinonychus as a bigger version of Archaeopteryx. He argued that birds descended from dinosaurs, and that many features associated with birds, like active lifestyles, agility, and most importantly, endothermy, got their start in an ancient creature that probably looked like Deinonychus.
Rampaging in an unsuspecting world. Living creatures from the dawn of time. What havoc will they wreak? What lives will they destroy?
Oh no.
What of panic and terror will they create?
Predator_CZ and their 69 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet havoc.
Venator, thank you so much for the raid and welcome to Paleontologizing. It is so good to have you here. How was your stream? I hope it was phenomenal. Bot Leak, how are you doing? Great to have you here. And hello to you, Sweet Nightmare 89. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Venator, first of all, I gotta ask, how was your stream? I hope it was phenomenal. It's great to have you here, and welcome to Paleontologizing. Dude, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. You know, today, we're talking about this remarkable dinosaur, Deinonychus, whose skull you see rotating around right there. There's the back of the skull. You'll see the teeth in a second when it turns around. But yeah, as a dinosaur paleontologist, I dig up dinosaurs across the American West in places like Utah, Montana, Wyoming, with various museums. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and now I talk about dinosaurs 5 days a week, right here on Twitch. So if you've got dinosaur questions, you're in the right place. We are talking about one of my very favorite dinosaurs today. Sweet Nightmare, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Thanks for clicking that follow button. Yeah. We're talking about Deinonychus today. And we'll be getting into its appearance in Jurassic Park in just a little bit. But the Velociraptor from Jurassic Park is not actually Velociraptor, and I'll tell you why in a little bit. It's actually Deinonychus. This is a dinosaur that helped change the way that paleontologists and the general public think about dinosaurs. The whole reason that I'm here on Twitch right now, the whole reason that Jurassic Park came out, the whole reason that dinosaur science is a big deal, you can kind of trace it back to Deinonychus right here. If this animal had not been discovered when it was, if it hadn't been published on in 1969, February 25th, 1969, which is either tomorrow, as it is here, or today, if you're in Australia or other places like that, in a more advanced time zone than my own. You know, we owe so much to this animal, Deinonychus, for helping to revamp our picture of dinosaurs. So yeah. Anyway, so we've got some cool new people here, it would appear. Thank you, Venator CZ for the raid. Can we get one more follow for Venator CZ? And if you would like to watch streams on topics such as Middle-Earth, Shadow of Mordor. Do we have any Lord of the Rings fans here? If we do, go follow Venator CZ. And thank you again, Venator. Really appreciate your raid. We've got some cool new folks here. I think this might be a wonderful opportunity to kind of introduce some new people to the channel and tell you about my background, how a paleontologist arrived here on Twitch in the first place, and what paleontologizing is all about. So if you'd like to see a quick welcome video about that, then please type a number 1 into the chat. And because legend has it that if enough number 1s show up in the chat, and if the music stops, which it appears to have done, that is when previously recorded Danny makes his appearance. Previously recorded Danny is going to tell you a little bit about this channel, who I am, why I'm here, all that good stuff. And there he is right there. I will leave you in his very capable hands. So previously recorded Danny, take it away.
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried.
I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies, and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary, and Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist, and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada, but most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, in the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs.
I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on spinosaurs.
Alright, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published.
But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast.
And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job.
I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jump or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are.
This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that?
I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach. And I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful.
So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to our friend Verator CZ. Really appreciate your raid. Welcome, welcome. And if any of you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. It's great to have you here. Once again, we're talking about Deinonychus, this most important of dinosaurs, on our broadcast today, because it was on this very day, well, February 25th anyway, 1969, that Deinonychus was first published. The dinosaur which would later be featured as Velociraptor in Jurassic Park, which we'll talk about in a few moments, and changed our view of dinosaurs forever. You know, no longer could dinosaurs be thought of as
the inside story of the extraordinary world of paleontologists.
Well, holy cow.
What they do, why what they do is important for science and society.
Mr._horologist and their 43 raiders have stumbled into the extraordinary world of paleontologists.
Mr. Urologist, holy moly, thank you, thank you. Thank you for your raid, Mr. Urologist. I really appreciate that. How you all doing? Great to have you here. Follow Mr. Urologist if you like chill streams with fiddly mechanical things, like, for instance, fixing watches. Go follow Mr. Urologist if you like, you know, kind of relaxing broadcasts. Somebody with a very relaxing voice who cultivates a very chill kind of atmosphere. I'm afraid I'm a little bit more like than that. But Mr. Urologist viewers, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. If any of you are here for the very first time, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about my own research on dinosaurs and the research of my colleagues. Talking about why fossil science is important. Why you should care about it. How it affects your life. And trying to instill a certain appreciation and, I don't know, a wonder, you know, a sense of awe about this incredible world around us, our incredible planet Earth, and its remarkable history. You know, life on Earth has existed for about 3.5 billion years. I work on creatures that first evolved about 240 million years ago. Dinosaurs. Give or take a few million years. But, yeah. Yeah, today, on our broadcast, we are focusing on this remarkable creature, Deinonychus. It was February 25th, 1969, that Deinonychus was first scientifically described by John Ostrom. And it's a dinosaur that changed our view of dinosaurs forever. As I was saying earlier, no longer could dinosaurs be thought of as slow-moving, lumbering, you know, lethargic, cold-blooded, antisocial, dull-colored, dull animals. Deinonychus, as a clearly upright-running, fast-moving, intelligent, presumably warm-blooded, you know, extraordinarily interesting creature. It showed that dinosaurs were different. And later discoveries would be even more important, showing that Deinonychus was actually extraordinarily bird-like. We now know that it had feathers all over its body like this. It helps show that birds actually evolved from dinosaurs. So strictly speaking, dinosaurs never really went extinct. Not completely. There's one group of dinosaurs still around today. We call them birds. Deinonychus helped show us that. And also, I gotta talk about this too, Deinonychus was featured in the movie Jurassic Park under the name Velociraptor. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Velociraptor of Jurassic Park is actually Deinonychus. We'll talk about why in just a few moments here. But, yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, can we get another shout-out for Mr. Urologist? I'd really appreciate that. And Uncle Bill, how are you doing, Uncle Bill Druin? What's shaking? Great to have you here. Welcome back to Paleontologizing, Uncle Bill. Good to have you. Yeah. So yeah. Good stuff. And Trek Nerd says, I think it was Mr. H who originally brought me here years ago. Trek Nerd. That's lovely. Thank you again, Mr. Urologist. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you. Thank you very much. And if anybody is looking to fix a watch or anything other mechanical, you know, Mr. Urologist is a good person to, if not get advice from, at least you can imbibe some of his patience when it comes to repairing these items. Get in the right mindset for thinking about that. So yeah. Oh, thank you, Mr. Urologist. You're the man, Mr. Urologist. You make me blush. Holy cow. Appreciate you. Appreciate you very, very much. Yeah. So, getting into Jurassic Park, you know? As we're thinking about... There's some Deinonychus right there in the alert, mobbing a Tenontosaurus. But there you go, Corin Crow. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for clicking that follow button. Yeah. But yeah. And Sweet Nightmare says, how much are we certain that these creatures had feathers? I like that they look more... I like that look more than without feathers, but you know, for 30 years I was convinced they were big lizards-ish things, and now they have feathers. Well, yeah, Sweet Nightmares, that's the thing. Here. Let's see. Let me show you a quick video. I could tell you all about this, But, this is actually a wonderful segue into our next segment. So thank you for that. Let's talk about it here.
First came out in 1993.
Rip.
It was
Talking about Jurassic Park and its depiction of dinosaurs and getting into dinosaur feathers too. Let's do it.
When Jurassic Park first came out in 1993, it was a pretty groundbreaking depiction of dinosaurs.
It was. Yeah.
Spielberg certainly took plenty of artistic liberties. But
Yeah.
overall, the movie was so much better than what had come before in terms of recreating what scientists knew about how dinosaurs looked and how they moved.
Yep. Yeah.
Grant was actually a bit ahead of his time.
Look at the half-moon-shaped bones on the wrist. It's no wonder these guys learn how to fly.
He's right.
Back then, the claim that birds evolved from dinosaurs was still controversial. Now it's widely accepted.
I mean, now just about ask any paleontologist, any evolutionary biologist, any zoologist or ornithologist, bird scientist, they'll tell you the same thing. Oh yeah, birds evolved from dinosaurs, you know? It's, and here, really brief, let's see. Yeah, really brief segue here. Right here. That'll work. Here's my old boss, Jack Horner, here talking about dinosaurs. Yeah. There you go, Hogan, yeah. Yep. What's biologist Sean Carroll gonna say about this? Let's check this idea with another, fellow scientist and see what he says. Oh, shoot, I couldn't pause it fast enough, but yeah, absolutely. Yep. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, looking for dinosaur DNA and trying to possibly re-engineer dinosaurs from birds. Here's a link to that if you'd like to watch the rest of it. But, yeah. Anyway, back to this about the depiction of dinosaurs in Jurassic Park. Let's continue.
Bones on the wrist. It's no wonder these guys learn how to fly.
Yeah.
No, seriously.
Back then, the claim that birds evolved from dinosaurs was still controversial.
That's the thing, is that in 1993, if you were to talk to paleontologists about the idea of birds evolving from dinosaurs, maybe 40% of dinosaur workers, dinosaur paleontologists, people who actively publish work on dinosaurs would say, yeah, birds are probably the descendants of dinosaurs. Now it's like approaching 100%. Holy cow. It's 99 point. Well, it can't be point anything. Ugh. We don't have that many dinosaur paleontologists in the world still. So, yeah, it'll be 99%. But, anyway, yeah. Now it's widely accepted.
Now it's widely accepted. But in the late 1990s, the science started speeding ahead, and the movies just didn't keep up. Even the latest installment, Jurassic World, shot in ultra-high-definition 3D, it features dinosaurs that are out of date.
Yeah. featherless
3 years
dinosaurs.
after the first Jurassic Park movie was released, scientists in China uncovered a feathered dinosaur for the first time, Sinosauropteryx.
Yeah.
It takes very specific conditions for the Earth to record soft tissues like these primitive feathers. The animals had to be buried quickly before decomposing, and in fine-grained sediment. It turned out that this part of China, Liaoning province, saw major volcanic eruptions around 120 million years ago, which provided these very...
I'm actually working on some dinosaurs from Liaoning that are remarkably well preserved. I've got a conference abstract that I just submitted a little while ago, and I'm going to be presenting on a dinosaur from this part of China in June at a conference in Utah. But yeah, really, really remarkable. Really cool dinosaurs coming out of this part of the world.
Fine-grained sediment. It turned out that this part of China, Liaoning province, saw major volcanic eruptions around 120 million years ago.
Oh yeah.
Which provided these very conditions. And more than 30 feathered dinosaur species have been unearthed there and in some other places since 1996.
Now it's like 50 or 60. I think the number's basically doubled. We've got a lot of fossilized dinosaur feathers nowadays. We know that many major groups of dinosaurs had feathers on their bodies. Ornithischian dinosaurs and theropod dinosaurs. There'll be a little diagram at the end of this. Watch.
These fuzzy dinosaurs were mostly two-legged meat eaters, part of a group that's closely related to birds in the dinosaur family tree. That group includes many of the dinosaurs featured in the Jurassic Park movies.
Gallimimus.
These guys probably had feathers of some sort for insulation or decoration. And that includes the raptors. Jurassic Park 3 sort of nodded to new research.
We'll get to that in a little bit. We'll see a YouTuber who actually took some of the Jurassic Park footage, recreated it with feathered theropod dinosaurs. Oh boy, is it going to be great. Take a look. Yeah.
By giving them a little
Stay
bit
tuned.
of hairdo. But their feathers probably looked more like this. A velociraptor fossil from the Gobi Desert revealed bumps.
So we now know that Velociraptor itself, as well as dinosaurs like Deinonychus, the Dromaeosaur from the Hell Creek Formation, other dromaeosaurs actually had feathers coming off of their ulnae bones. This bone, this is your ulna bone. You know, you've got your radius and your ulna. On the ulna, the outside arm bone, there's little bumps that we call quill knobs there for Velociraptor. And those show that these animals actually had, like, full-on flight feathers coming off of their arms. They couldn't fly. They're too heavy for that. But they probably used their arms for flapping. They basically had wings to flap to stay on top of their victims as they sank their toe claws into them and started just eating them alive. That's the current thinking on what those flight feathers were used for.
Bumps on the forearm, similar to the wing attachments on modern birds. That means the raptors had wings. And what about T-Rex? There's no direct evidence, but a few years ago, scientists found a 30-foot dinosaur with some feathers, the biggest yet so far.
Yeah.
Deinonychus is thought to be closely related to T-Rex, so it's possible that the most famous and feared dinosaur might have been sort of fluffy.
Could be.
It's not clear.
And yeah, and let me show you what that would look like too. You might think, oh, feathery T-Rex. That's not scary. A T-Rex with feathers, that's not scary at all. I mean, holy cow, you should play the game Saurian. A wonderful video game with dinosaurs that are beautifully authentic. And here is their depiction of Tyrannosaurus with some feathers, and holy cow, you would not want to run into this animal anywhere. Not in a dark alley, not in a well-lit bookshop, not at a romantic candlelit dinner. You know, any way you slice it, she's gonna eat you. So yeah, that's a full-grown Tyrannosaurus, by the way. Tyrannosaurus changes a lot as it grows and matures. Yeah, not in an arm wrestling contest. Well, even if you win, it's still gonna eat you, Harold Beaver. Yeah, she's still gonna get you. You know? Exactly. There you go, Harold Beaver. Yes, indeed. Gojira says, I like that T-Rex gets chunky with age. They would, like, quadruple in weight as they go from subadult to adult. It's pretty incredible. Yeah. Not even in a Jeep racing competition. Well, yeah, Hogan, your Jeep is going to break down. They're going to, even if they're full grown and chunky and waddly, they're going to waddle over and they're going to eat you right out of the Jeep, especially if you've got a soft top. You know, Wrangler or some such. You're toast. Yeah. You know, road flare. Yeah, that's it's not gonna work in real life, DNH. And David Deloitte says, do we know anything about the brains of these creatures? We do, David. I've got a T-Rex brain right here. This is a Tyrannosaurus brain right here. This is what we call an endocast. You weren't expecting this, were you? Holy cow. I got a kapow right there. This is the endocast. Like a, you know, the interior structure of a Tyrannosaurus brain. This is life-size. So it's not the hugest brain in the world, but when you think about it, our ancestors at the time would have been dumber than this. Little mammals at the time, our ancestors, mammalian ancestors, they would have had brains the size of what? A grain of rice? Something like that? This is a Tyrannosaurus brain. Huge olfactory bulbs right here for smelling. And you've got the inner ear back here, the semicircular canal of the inner ear. And lots of other different features here. Tyrannosaurus would have been a fairly brainy animal. And its brain actually seems to have changed a lot as it grew and matured, too. So, like, young T-Rex would have been doing something different from the adults. Had different shaped brains, which is pretty interesting. But, yeah. Let me show you... You can actually look at this yourself right here on Sketchfab. I try and make these things as transparent as possible, you know? This is from the Larry Whitmer lab at in Ohio. This is a scan of a T-Rex brain. You can go through here and look. There's the semicircular canals of the inner ear, maxillary nerve, mandibular nerve, ophthalmic nerve, that goes to the eyeballs right there, and etc. Cool stuff. Here's a link here in the chat for you. Not copy properly? I guess it's... There you go. So yeah. Yeah. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. So yeah. Yeah. Tyrannosaurus had the biggest brain to its body size ratio of almost any animal alive at the time. There would have been some small meat-eating dinosaurs that would have had a bigger EQ, what we call an encephalization quotient. So like the ratio of brain mass to body mass. But T-Rex would have been pretty high. One of the cleverest critters of its day. You know, recognizing that all this stuff is squishy and intelligence is it's a really difficult thing to measure and everything else. But yeah, certainly would have been more intelligent than our little mammalian ancestors at the time. So yeah.
A few years ago, scientists found a 30-foot dinosaur with some feathers, the biggest yet so far. Eutyrannus is thought to be closely related to T-Rex, so it's possible that the most famous and feared dinosaur might have been sort of fluffy.
Yeah.
It's not clear how universal feathers were among dinosaurs, but while most of the specimens are theropods, there have been a few interesting findings from way over on the other side of the family tree. These two have bristles of some sort, which may or may not be related to bird feathers. And this one, found last year, has even more complex
Culindrodromius. Yeah.
These fossils may indicate that feather precursors date back to some of the dinosaurs' earliest common ancestors. Jurassic World could have introduced feathered dinosaurs to a huge audience this year, but it didn't. According to Jack Horner, a paleontologist that worked on all 4 films, the decision was made for the sake of consistency.
Jack Horner was not in charge of this, unfortunately, and I'm sure he's just, I don't know. Poor Jack, my old boss at. He wanted them to have feathers back in 1993, and he pushed for this, and they told him no. So in 2015, after we've already known that dinosaurs had feathers for almost 20 years at that point, he also wanted them to have feathers. They told him no, and...
But you have to assume that they also just weren't up for the task of making feathers into something scary.
Anyway, yeah. And feathers can be incredibly scary, as you're about to see. Again, that line right there.
But you have to assume that they also just weren't up for the task of making feathers into something scary.
So feathers can be incredibly scary, as you will see in our next video. Again, we're talking about Deinonychus on today's broadcast. And Deinonychus actually is the velociraptor of Jurassic Park fame. Maybe in another stream I'll go into detail about that, but just take my word for it. Deinonychus is the velociraptor of Jurassic Park. We could talk all about predatory dinosaurs of the world. We could talk about Greg Paul's reclassification of Deinonychus into genus Velociraptor back in 1988 or whenever this book was published. We could talk about the fact that in the opening sequences of Jurassic Park, when they show the animal being dug up, it's in Montana, not in Mongolia. Velociraptor is from Mongolia, not Montana. Anyway, they also say this in this next video, but it's getting late. I need to finish this up. Let's get into our video right here. So, the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park were pretty decent, for the most part, for 1993. Really, really good, actually, with the possible exception of the Dilophosaurus. But we've learned so much about dinosaurs in the past 30 years that, yeah, there's a lot that could be updated about them. And this person from the YouTube channel Filmcore got over 1 million subscribers, holy cow, and 4.2 million views on this video. They've done an exquisite job of kind of recreating some of these scenes from Jurassic Park and making the dinosaurs more paleontologically authentic. So, let's take a look.
However, T-Rex isn't the only dinosaur in this series. So next up are the main villains of the franchise.
Yeah! Yeah.
Need to be terrifying. But you see, a real velociraptor was about the size of a dog. Not very scary, which explains...
I mean, it could still be scary. It could still be scary, but yeah, here's a velociraptor skull right here. This is a replica of a velociraptor skull. If anybody ever tells you that they have a real velociraptor skull, be very suspicious, because Velociraptor is from Mongolia, and Mongolian fossils belong to the people of Mongolia. And they are the property of the people of Mongolia. This is a replica, a cast, an exact copy of the real thing that I have right here. Yeah. Anywho, it's the reason I bring this out is to show you it's not very big. Velociraptor itself is not a super large animal. Which you'll see right now. Yeah, but that could definitely still kill you. Holy cow, Snowfall. Holy cow, could it? It could kill you 6 ways from Sunday. Or even Friday night, you know? So watch out. It's Friday night here, where I am. So yeah.
guys, the velociraptors.
Yeah.
These guys need to be terrifying. But you see, a real velociraptor was about the size of a dog, not very scary, which explains why Spielberg based them on the biggest raptor we had yet found, Deinonychus.
Yeah, which, you know, velociraptor, more so than a lynx, or this is maybe kind of like a mountain lion, you know? If you're afraid of being killed and eaten by a mountain lion, this is an animal that would weigh, you know, a quarter that of a mountain lion and still maybe be able to eat you just as bad. It could probably murder you with a similar level of severity to a mountain lion. There's a callback there. But yeah, Hogan says, I could beat one in a fight and not end up even a little bit dead. I don't know, Hogan. You might be at least halfway to 75% or 90% dead after encountering this animal. Especially if it gets the jump on you. You know? If it can get its teeth around your neck. Holy cow. If you're afraid of like a Komodo dragon, imagine a Komodo dragon that could jump down on you from a cliff and then stand on top of you, flapping its arms to generate thrust to push you against the ground as it's digging its teeth into your jugular. Oh boy. Yeah. That's if there's only one. There you go, Snowfall. Yeah. Yeah. Hogan says, no way. I have life insurance. It's a good thing you got life insurance, Hogan. Don't tell your life insurance provider that you're hoping to get into a fight with a velociraptor. They will drop your policy like that, like a hot potato.
But even these guys weren't big enough. So what are we to do? Luckily for us, during filming, they found this guy, a 6-foot-tall, 18-foot-long raptor giant.
And so, yeah, so for the purposes of this video, they kind of take Utahraptor as a stand-in for Deinonychus, although he admits right here, we kind of glossed over this, but the velociraptor from Jurassic Park is actually Deinonychus.
A real velociraptor was about the size of a dog, not very scary, which explains why Spielberg based them on the biggest raptor we had yet found, Deinonychus.
Yes, indeed. There you go. And if you look through the novel Jurassic Park, you'll see it's not called Velociraptor mongoliensis. It's called Velociraptor enteropus, which is, that's because Gregory S. Paul, in his book, Predatory Dinosaurs of the World, he kind of reclassifies. He sinks the genus Velociraptor into Deinonychus. So Deinonychus enteropus becomes Velociraptor enteropus. It's a long story. I will eventually make, you know, before Velociraptor Awareness Day, which I think is like April 18th. Somebody in chat look up, when is Velociraptor Awareness Day? I want to say it's April 18th. I might make a special YouTube video about that to gain some more attention for this channel and help further our mission of science outreach. Make a YouTube video about that, kind of explaining this whole situation. Because it seems there are a lot of people who are in need of some clarification on this subject. But, yeah. And there you go, April 18th. Thank you, Claire Burr. Yes, indeed. So, yeah. Anyway. The Velociraptor from Jurassic Park is totally Deinonychus. It is. Oh, yeah.
Terrifying. But you see, a real velociraptor was about the size of a dog, not very scary,
big dog,
which explains why Spielberg based them on the biggest raptor we had yet found, Deinonychus. But even these guys weren't big enough. So what are we to do? Luckily for us, during filming, they found this guy, a 6-foot-tall, 18-foot-long raptor giant.
And this is not they found. You know, Jim Kirkland and crew excavated this animal, and they actually published it, I think, just after Jurassic Park came out in the theater. Utahraptor ostromesaurum, named after John Ostrom, who'd originally discovered or named Deinonychus back on February 25th, 1969. But yeah.
This is the Utahraptor. I again started with a skeleton, and guys, its head was about the size of a man's torso. For a quick comparison, here's the difference between a velociraptor, a Deinonychus, and finally, the Utahraptor. This guy is terrifying, except for its jaw. Some people might think I made a mistake.
And this is a little goofy too, because its lower jaw, its you know, premaxilla would come down to meet the distal maxilla there. This is, anyway, it's a little goofy. Anyway, watch.
The Utahraptor. This guy is terrifying, except for its jaw. Some people might think I made a mistake, but no, it very much looked like that. It was.
I mean, right there, you see that. You've got the premax that comes down to meet the maxilla right there. It's got a downturn right here. He's talking about, oh, it's got a droopy lip. It's got a droopy lip. Oh, blah, blah. You know, I think we've got a more complete dentary than we have a premax and maxilla. I bet you this animal, its premax and maxilla are coming down and meet that, and this is an exquisitely evolved critter. It's not got a droopy lip.
It was perfect for gobbling up hot dogs or starting a shrimp business. And unlike the T-Rex, this guy was definitely covered in feathers. So the little fat kid in the movie who says,
More like a 6-foot turkey.
So you have chosen death.
Was more right than he could ever know. Because you see, not only would it look like a giant turkey, but it probably would have been about as intelligent. Which leads us to a question I want to address. Could a raptor have opened a door as shown in the movie? Well, not even modern birds can figure out how to... Oh, well then, that's good to know. However, unlike humans, dinosaurs couldn't pronate their wrists. And so if they tried this, well, their wrists would break. So I had to animate it in such a way that it could grip the handle without its palm. With the animation and model now finished, we once again go through the process of coming here into the scenes, and without further ado, here you have the kitchen scene from Jurassic Park with a scientifically accurate raptor.
Very nice. With Utahraptor instead of Deinonychus. I know our stream is about Deinonychus today, but here it is with Utahraptor instead. Fair enough. Let's start it. Or maybe this is going to be Velociraptor to start with? Oh, Utahraptor. Oh, boy. So again, before we get into this, I just want to say, remember in our Vox video, we said, well, maybe the Jurassic World people just weren't up to the task of making feathered dinosaurs scary. It's like, what do you have to do? They're incredibly scary. Just look at this. This is one guy who made this. This is not a multi-million-dollar, world-class movie studio. This is one guy. And look at what he was able to produce. Look at this. Ugh.
Jimmy, what is it? It's a raptor.
It's a Utahraptor. It's gonna eat you.
But now let's see it with an active Velociraptor.
Okay, here's gonna be a life-size Velociraptor here. In fact, you know what? No, I'm going to give you the link to this. You can watch the rest of this if you would like. But anyway, if you think that feathered dromaeosaurs are somehow not intimidating, then holy cow, have you got a lot to learn. I so wish that we had had dromaeosaurs like this in the 2015 Jurassic World film. That would have been, oh, it would have made me so happy. But anyway, we had to wait until, what, last year? And then it was a goof. It was literally like a sight gag with a feathered Pyroraptor? We're even 100% sure that Pyroraptor is a dromaeosaur? It's based on such fragmentary material. Anyway. Enough of that. Deinonychus. Long live Deinonychus. One of the most important dinosaurs ever discovered, one that helped change our view of dinosaurs forever. We barely even touched on the importance of Deinonychus during this 6.25 hour stream. So the next time Deinonychus comes up, we will still have much to talk about. But with that being said, it is now time for us to wrap up this stream, and there is a Deinonychus skeleton, or skull rather. Sorry, it's getting late. Deinonychus skull there for us. Right there in the background. Thank you to everybody whose names are showing up here in our credits. Don't go away just yet. We're going to go right into another science channel. So if you're going to run away, wait just a minute or two. And let's do our raid first. But let's see who's here on Twitch right now. And like I said, we're going to go right into science streams. And we're going to learn about butterfly genetics. With Balint and maybe Lita, if we're lucky. You know? So yeah. Thank you, Lenina. Thank you to everybody whose names are showing up here in the credits. Whether you lurked, whether you chatted, whether you asked questions, whether you moderated, Lenina and Claire Burr, appreciate you very, very much. Whether you contributed financially, with gift subs, with cheering, with Twitch bits, or whether you subscribed yourself, I am deeply grateful for your support. And Xerxz2, thank you for your raid, Xerxz2. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We are just wrapping up here. But Xerxz, I hope you had a wonderful stream. Let's get a quick shout out for you. And thank you, David Delaune. I appreciate you. Yeah. You worked on tanks. You were an armor guy. Very cool. Xerxz. Well, awesome. I didn't realize you were a tanker. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We're going to go say hello to Balint at Science Streams in just a minute here. Good stuff. Good stuff indeed. Well, I hope everybody has a wonderful weekend, and I will see you again